Hi everyone, I know you are watching this content to accompany your sleep. So before we start, I want to know where you are watching from and what time you are watching. Also, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Let's jump straight into the story. It was a cold and misty evening in Bruges, Belgium. The ancient cobblestone streets were cloaked in an eerie fog that rolled in from the nearby canals, muffling the usual sounds of the bustling town. The amber glow of gas lanterns barely pierced the haze, giving the city an almost spectral appearance. Among the maze of narrow alleys and medieval buildings, a lone figure moved through the mist, unnoticed by the few late-night wanderers still braving the cold. Anneke de Vries, a 29-year-old art historian, walked briskly along the canal. She had just left a small gallery on Genthoff Street after an evening lecture on Flemish Renaissance painters. Her footsteps echoed softly as she crossed the bridge near the Church of Our Lady, her thoughts preoccupied with the lecture's topics. She clutched her satchel tightly, oblivious to the shadowy figure that had been trailing her since she left the gallery. Anneke never made it home that night. The following morning, her absence was noticed when she failed to show up at the Art Institute where she worked. Concern quickly turned into alarm when colleagues called her phone repeatedly, only to be met with silence. By midday, her best friend, Elise, went to her apartment, only to find it exactly as Anneke had left it. The police were contacted, and an investigation was launched. Detective Inspector Peter Van Horn was assigned to the case. A seasoned investigator with a reputation for solving complex cases, Van Horn knew that time was critical in missing person cases. His initial investigation revealed little. There were no signs of a struggle at the gallery or along Anneke's usual route home. Witnesses were scarce, and those who were questioned claimed to have seen nothing unusual. The only clue came from a surveillance camera at a nearby intersection. The grainy footage showed Anneke walking towards the canal around 10:30 p.m., her figure barely visible through the fog. Moments later, another figure appeared, following her at a distance. The footage was too poor to make out any distinguishing features of the second person, but it was clear that someone had been following her. Van Horn scoured the area for additional footage, but it seemed as though the second figure had vanished into thin air. The detective interviewed Anneke's friends, colleagues, and family, searching for any potential motives or enemies she might have had, but found nothing out of the ordinary. Anneke was well-liked and respected in her field. She had no known enemies, no recent conflicts, and no history of risky behavior. As days turned into weeks, the case grew colder. Search teams combed the canals and nearby parks, but no trace of Anneke was found. Posters bearing her image were plastered across the city, and her disappearance made headlines in the local news. Yet, despite the public's attention, no credible leads emerged. Detective Van Horn couldn't shake the feeling that he was missing something crucial. He spent long nights in his office, reviewing the case files over and over again. The fog that night had been unusually thick, a perfect cover for anyone who wanted to move unnoticed. But why would someone target Anneke? Was it a random attack, or had she been deliberately chosen? Van Horn's instincts told him it was the latter. He decided to dig deeper into Anneke's work. As an art historian specializing in Flemish Renaissance art, Anneke had recently been involved in the authentication of a newly discovered painting believed to be the work of Peter Bruegel the Elder. The painting had caused quite a stir in the art world, with several high-profile collectors expressing interest. Could her disappearance be connected to her work? Had she uncovered something that put her in danger? Determined to find answers, Van Horn vowed to follow every lead, no matter how improbable. He didn't know it yet, but the investigation would take him far beyond the quiet streets of Bruges and into a web of secrets, lies, and long-buried crimes that spanned across Europe. The fog had swallowed Anneke that night, but Van Horn was determined to bring her back. Detective Van Horn sat in his office, his eyes locked on the dimly lit monitor. The video of Anneke's last known movements played on repeat, the ghostly figure following her fading into the fog with every loop. Something about the second figure gnawed at him. He had seen that gait before, the slight limp, the way the person's head tilted as they walked. It wasn't much, but it was a start. Van Horn decided to revisit the gallery Anneke had left that night. The gallery, a modest but well-regarded space for Renaissance art, was owned by Henri Vermeulen, a passionate curator with an encyclopedic knowledge of Flemish painters. Vermeulen greeted Van Horn with a mixture of curiosity and concern. "Still no news on Anneke?" Vermeulen asked, motioning for the detective to sit. "Not yet," Van Horn replied, his eyes scanning the room. "But I'm hoping you can help me fill in some gaps. Can you tell me more about the painting Annika was working on? Vermeulen's expression darkened. Ah yes, the Bruegel piece. A remarkable find, if it's authentic. Annika was meticulous in her analysis, but she mentioned some irregularities that concerned her. Irregularities? Van Horn leaned forward. Yes, she suspected that the painting might have been tampered with, perhaps a later addition to the original work. She was planning to consult with a colleague in Antwerp for a second opinion. Van Horn's mind raced. Could Annika's discovery have threatened someone with a vested interest in the painting? Art forgery was a lucrative business, and disputes over authenticity could lead to dangerous consequences. Did she ever mention receiving threats or noticing anything unusual? Vermeulen shook his head. No, but Annika wasn't the type to share her worries openly. She preferred to solve her problems quietly. Leaving the gallery, Van Horn decided to follow up on the Antwerp connection. Annika's notes, meticulously kept in her office at the Art Institute, might hold the key to her plans. The Institute's corridors were empty that evening, the hum of the heating system the only sound accompanying Van Horn as he unlocked Annika's office. Her desk was organized, with stacks of books and papers neatly arranged. Among them, a leather-bound journal caught his eye. Inside, Van Horn found detailed notes on the Bruegel painting, observations on brushstrokes, pigment analysis, and peculiarities in the canvas's texture. One entry stood out: meeting with Dr. de Klerk in Antwerp to discuss discrepancies. Must confirm before public announcement. Possible forgery? Need to be cautious. Van Horn copied the entry and made a mental note to contact Dr. de Klerk the following day. As he closed the journal, something else caught his attention: a folded piece of paper tucked between the pages. It was a photocopy of an old letter, written in Dutch, dated 1567. The letter spoke of a hidden painting smuggled out of Antwerp during the Spanish occupation. Could it be connected to the Bruegel piece? Van Horn's pulse quickened. The mystery was deepening, and Annika's disappearance was starting to feel less like a random act and more like a carefully orchestrated crime. The next morning, Detective Van Horn drove towards Antwerp, a city steeped in history and intrigue. The winter sky was a sheet of dull gray, promising rain, and the streets were busy with early commuters. As he navigated the narrow lanes of the old city, his mind circled back to Annika's notes. The cryptic entry about a possible forgery, the mention of Dr. de Klerk, and the mysterious letter dated 1567. Antwerp was not just another stop in his investigation. It was a hub of art and commerce for centuries, a place where secrets could easily be buried beneath layers of history. Van Horn had a feeling that this city held the key to unlocking Annika's fate. The meeting with Dr. de Klerk. The University of Antwerp's Art Restoration Department was housed in a grand neo-Gothic building. Its towering spires and arched windows seemed almost out of place in the modern cityscape. Van Horn entered the quiet halls and found Dr. Elias de Klerk in his workshop, bent over a painting under soft, focused light. Detective Van Horn? De Klerk greeted him, wiping his hands on a cloth. He was a wiry man in his late 60s, with sharp eyes and an air of precision in his movements. I've been expecting you. Van Horn raised an eyebrow. You have? Yes. Annika mentioned she might be sending someone to consult with me. Although, under the circumstances, he hesitated, a shadow passing over his face. I assume you're here about her disappearance? Van Horn nodded. I need to know everything you can tell me about the painting she was working on and why it might have put her in danger. The clerk gestured to a small table covered with documents and photographs. It's a fascinating piece, a potential Bruegel, but with troubling inconsistencies. Annika was right to be cautious. There are sections of the painting that don't match Bruegel's known style or technique. The pigments in certain areas are too modern. It's almost as if someone tried to modify the painting at a later date. Modify it to hide something? Van Horn asked. The clerk shrugged. Perhaps. Or to create a false provenance and increase its value. Art fraud isn't uncommon, but this case, it feels different. Annika mentioned a letter. Did you find it? Van Horn handed him a copy of the 1567 letter. The clerk's eyes lit up as he read it. This changes everything. If this letter is genuine, it suggests that the painting could be part of a much larger story, one that dates back to the Spanish occupation of the Netherlands. The clerk explained that during the late 16th century, numerous artworks were smuggled out of cities like Antwerp to protect them from being seized or destroyed. Some of these works disappeared without a trace, their fates lost to history. The letter seemed to reference one of these hidden paintings, suggesting it had been rediscovered centuries later. And if that's true, the clerk added gravely, Annika may have been very close to uncovering a secret that someone was desperate to keep hidden. The shadowy collector. As Van Horn absorbed the information, his phone buzzed. It was Elise, Annika's best friend. Her voice was tense. Peter, you need to come to Annika's apartment right away. I found something. Van Horn arrived at the apartment within minutes. Elise was waiting at the door, holding a small USB drive. I was cleaning up her workspace and found this hidden behind one of her bookshelves. I think it's important. They plugged the drive into Van Horn's laptop. The screen filled with folders containing photographs of the painting, close-up shots of brushstrokes, and a series of encrypted documents. Among them was a single video file labeled for trustworthy eyes only. Van Horn clicked play. The video showed Annika, seated at her desk, her face serious. If you're watching this, it means I've either disappeared or I'm in serious trouble. I've discovered something about the painting that I wasn't supposed to. There's more at stake than I ever imagined. I don't know who I can trust, but if you're watching this, please, find Dr. de Klerk. He knows the truth. And whatever you do, avoid anyone connected to the Van der Velde collection. They're dangerous. The video cut off abruptly. Van Horn leaned back, his mind reeling. The Van der Velde collection was infamous in certain circles. A shadowy group of art collectors known for acquiring rare works through questionable means. Rumors swirled about their involvement in forgery, theft, and worse, but no concrete evidence had ever surfaced. This is bigger than I thought, Van Horn muttered, already formulating his next steps. Elise, he said, turning to her. Do you know if Annika had any connection to the Van der Velde group? Elise shook her head. Not directly, but she did mention once that she felt someone was... Elise shook her head. Not directly, but she did mention once that she felt someone was following her after one of the gallery events. At first, she thought she was imagining things. Later, she said she was sure. Van Horn's gut tightened. Annika's video and Elise's revelation painted a sinister picture. If the Van der Velde collection was involved, this wasn't just a case of forgery. It was something much darker. A hidden history. Van Horn decided to take the USB drive to the police tech department for decryption. If Annika had encrypted files, it meant she had information too dangerous to leave unprotected. While waiting for the analysis, he continued to investigate the Van der Velde collection. The Van der Velde family's roots stretched back to the 16th century. Wealthy merchants with a passion for art, they had amassed a vast collection of rare paintings, many of which had suspicious origins. Over time, the family's name became associated with rumors of art theft, smuggling, and illegal trade. Their modern descendants, however, kept a much lower profile, almost too low. Van Horn traced their most recent activity to a sprawling estate just outside Antwerp. Officially, the estate had been converted into a private art foundation. Unofficially, it was rumored to be the nerve center of the family's shadowy dealings. A break in the case. Hours later, the tech department called with an update. The files on Annika's USB drive had been decrypted, revealing more than just documents and photos. There were scanned letters, purchase records, and a list of names, all connected to the Van der Velde collection. One name stood out, René van der Velde. He was listed as the buyer of the painting Annika had been studying, just days before her disappearance. The sale had been done through a private broker, bypassing standard channels, and ensuring it wouldn't attract attention. Van Horn's pulse quickened. René was a known recluse with a reputation for ruthless business tactics. If anyone had the means and motive to silence Annika, it was him. The estate visit. Van Horn knew he needed more than just circumstantial evidence before confronting René. He arranged a visit to the Van der Velde estate under the guise of discussing a related art investigation. The estate was a fortress, high stone walls, security cameras on every corner, and an air of secrecy that made Van Horn's skin crawl. René van der Velde greeted him in the main hall. He was a tall, imposing man in his mid-50s, dressed in an impeccably tailored suit. His pale blue eyes seemed to pierce through Van Horn. "Detective," René said with a faint smile, "I don't often have the pleasure of hosting members of law enforcement. How can I help you?" Van Horn kept his expression neutral. "I'm investigating the disappearance of Annika de Vries. I understand you recently acquired a painting she was studying. I was hoping you could shed some light on it." René's smile didn't waver. "Ah yes, a truly fascinating piece. I wasn't aware Ms. de Vries was missing. How unfortunate. But I assure you, my dealings with the painting were entirely legitimate." Van Horn nodded, hiding his frustration. Renee was too smooth, too confident. He wasn't going to give anything away easily. Still, something about his body language, an almost imperceptible shift when Annika's name was mentioned, told Van Horn that Renee knew more than he was letting on. A dangerous game. As Van Horn left the estate, his instincts screamed that he was getting close to something big. Renee's calm facade couldn't hide the tension lurking beneath the surface. Van Horn decided it was time to play his own game. Back at headquarters, he put a tail on Renee, determined to track his every move. If the Van der Velde collection was involved in Annika's disappearance, they would slip up eventually. And when they did, Van Horn would be ready. But even as he plotted his next steps, a troubling thought gnawed at him. Had he already been noticed? Detective Peter Van Horn stood outside the Van der Velde estate, a grand yet ominous structure on the outskirts of Antwerp. The estate loomed against the gray sky like a fortress from another era. High stone walls, iron gates, and security cameras watched his every move. Even from a distance, it was clear that this was not just a home, it was a citadel guarding secrets. He had been here once before, but this time it was different. The stakes were higher, and Van Horn felt a growing sense of unease gnawing at him. The Van der Velde family had a long and storied history in Antwerp. Originally merchants during the city's golden age, they had grown rich through art dealing and shipping. Over the centuries, whispers of darker activities followed them, illicit art trade, forgery, and connections to the black market. The family kept a low profile, but those in the art world knew their power ran deep. René van der Velde, the current patriarch, was known for his ruthless business acumen and his passion for collecting rare art. His name had surfaced in multiple investigations, but nothing had ever stuck. Van Horn had no doubt that Renee was involved in Annika's disappearance. He just needed proof. Inside the estate, a uniformed butler escorted Van Horn into the estate's drawing room. The air was heavy with the scent of aged wood and expensive cigars. Paintings, many of them originals from the Renaissance period, hung on the walls in ornate gold frames. It was a collector's dream, yet something about the place felt wrong. The art didn't feel curated, it felt hoarded. René van der Velde entered the room, his steps deliberate. He was a tall man with silver hair, impeccably dressed in a tailored suit. His eyes, pale and calculating, met Van Horn's with a hint of amusement. "Detective," René said smoothly. "What an unexpected pleasure. How can I help you today?" Van Horn kept his expression neutral. "I'm here to follow up on a missing person case. Annika de Vries. I believe you've crossed paths with her work recently, particularly regarding a painting she was studying." René raised an eyebrow. "Ah, the Bruegel piece. Yes, I heard about her disappearance. Terrible news, but I fail to see how I can assist you. My acquisition of that painting was entirely legitimate." Van Horn smiled faintly. "Of course, but in my line of work, I've learned that legitimacy is often a matter of perspective. You wouldn't mind if I asked a few more questions, would you?" René gestured toward a chair. "By all means." The conversation turned. For the next 20 minutes, the two men engaged in a game of verbal chess. Van Horn pressed René about the painting's provenance, its origins, and why it had been modified. René responded with polished answers, each one more evasive than the last. "Do you believe the painting was part of a larger smuggling operation?" Van Horn asked, watching René carefully. René leaned back, his eyes narrowing. "Detective, I understand your need to find answers. But be careful. Not every question is worth asking." The threat, though veiled, was clear. Van Horn decided to change tactics. "Did you know Annika felt threatened before she disappeared? She left a video message warning others to stay away from the Van der Velde collection." "That's quite a serious accusation." René's expression didn't change, but something flickered in his eyes, recognition perhaps. "Detective, I assure you, the Van der Velde collection is nothing more than a passion project. We have nothing to hide. If Ms. de Vries had concerns, it had nothing to do with us." Van Horn stood, his patience wearing thin. "If that's true, then you won't mind if I take a closer look at the painting. I'll need access to it." René chuckled softly. "Unfortunately, the painting is no longer here. It's been transferred to a secure location for restoration work." "Convenient," Van Horn said, his voice flat. "I'll be requesting the restoration records." A discovery in the garden. As Van Horn left the estate, something caught his eye, a small path leading to the back garden. The garden stretched far beyond the estate's main grounds, flanked by tall hedges and ancient oak trees. There was something strange about it, something almost too manicured. He walked down the path, his boots crunching softly on the gravel. His eyes scanned the area, his instincts on high alert. Then he saw it, a stone archway partially hidden by ivy. Beyond it was a small brick building, almost like a chapel. Van Horn pushed the door open, his heart thudding in his chest. The air inside was stale, and a single light bulb hung from the ceiling, casting a dim glow over the room. On the far wall hung a series of paintings, all wrapped in protective cloth. But it wasn't the paintings that caught his attention. It was the large wooden crate in the center of the room, marked with a strange symbol he didn't recognize. Carefully, he pried the crate open. Inside, wrapped in thick layers of cloth, was a painting, the Bruegel piece. Van Horn carefully pulled it out, his eyes scanning the canvas. At first glance, it seemed like the same painting described in Annika's notes. Then he saw it, the faint outline of another image beneath the surface, barely visible in the dim light. His pulse quickened. This was no simple forgery. Someone had painted over the original artwork to hide something significant. A desperate call. Van Horn pulled out his phone and snapped several photos before carefully rewrapping the painting. His next step would be to have it analyzed by Dr. de Klerk, but as he turned to leave, his phone buzzed with a call. It was Elise. "Peter." Her voice was frantic. "You need to get back to Antwerp. Now. Something's happened. I think someone broke into Annika's apartment." Van Horn felt the hair on the back of his neck rise. "Stay where you are. Lock the doors. I'm on my way." As he raced back toward the city, Van Horn's mind raced with possibilities. Whoever had taken Annika was growing desperate. They knew he was getting closer. But so was he. He just had to stay one step ahead. Detective Van Horn's car roared down the narrow streets of Antwerp, his mind racing with Elise's frantic words still ringing in his ears. Someone had broken into Annika's apartment. His grip tightened on the steering wheel as he pushed the accelerator harder. Whoever was behind this wasn't just covering their tracks anymore. They were escalating. By the time he reached Annika's building, the sun had set and the street was cloaked in shadows. A couple of curious neighbors lingered outside, whispering to each other. Elise stood at the doorway, visibly shaken. "Are you hurt?" Van Horn asked as he approached. Elise shook her head, but her eyes were wide with fear. "I'm okay. I was upstairs organizing Annika's papers when I heard the door slam open. I hid in the bedroom closet. They tore the place apart looking for something." Van Horn's eyes scanned the apartment. The front door hung slightly ajar, its lock shattered. Inside, the living room was a mess, drawers pulled out, books thrown to the floor, furniture overturned. Someone had searched the place in a hurry. He motioned for Elise to stay outside while he drew his flashlight and entered the apartment. His eyes swept across the chaos, his trained instincts searching for anything out of place. Then he saw it, a single envelope resting on the floor beneath Annika's desk, its corner sticking out from beneath a pile of papers. Van Horn picked it up and examined it. It was unmarked, but inside was a set of photographs, close-up shots of the Bruegel painting, with several sections circled in red ink. Scrawled on the back of one photo were the words, "De sleutel ligt in het verleden. The key lies in the past." "What is this?" Van Horn muttered to himself. He turned back to Elise, holding up the photos. "Did Annika ever mention these to you?" Elise shook her head. "No, but she talked a lot about the painting recently. She was obsessed with it. She believed it was hiding a secret, something about the way it had been altered." Van Horn's thoughts returned to the faint outline he had seen beneath the surface of the painting earlier that day. What if Annika had been right? What if the painting held a clue to something much larger? The hidden symbol. The next morning, Van Horn returned to Dr. de Klerk's lab at the University of Antwerp, carrying the photos and the memory of what he had seen in the chapel-like room on the Van der Velde estate. De Klerk greeted him with a worried expression. "Detective, you look like you haven't slept." "I haven't," Van Horn admitted, handing him the photos. "I found these at Annika's apartment. Take a close look at the sections she circled. Do they match what we saw on the painting yesterday?" The clerk adjusted his glasses and studied the photos carefully. After a moment, he nodded. "Yes, these areas are exactly where the inconsistencies are. But look closely. Do you see the faint pattern here?" He pointed to a section of the painting. Van Horn leaned in, narrowing his eyes. It was faint, almost imperceptible, but there was indeed a pattern beneath the paint, a series of interlocking shapes resembling an ancient symbol. The clerk's voice dropped to a whisper. "That's the Alba Rosa emblem, a symbol used by a secret resistance network during the Spanish occupation. It's extremely rare. If it's on this painting, it could mean that the painting isn't just a work of art. It's a coded message or a map. Van Horn's pulse quickened. A map to what? Possibly to a hidden treasure, the clerk suggested cautiously. During the occupation, many valuable artifacts and documents were hidden to protect them from being seized by Spanish forces. If this painting was part of that effort, it could be pointing to the location of something incredibly valuable or dangerous. A race against time. Van Horn knew he had to act fast. If the Van der Velde family was aware of the painting's true significance, they wouldn't stop until they recovered it, or silenced anyone who stood in their way. He called Elise and asked her to stay at a hotel under police protection. Then he contacted a trusted colleague at the police department to arrange surveillance on the Van der Velde estate. Back in his office, Van Horn spread the photos across his desk, tracing the patterns with his finger. The symbol kept drawing his attention. There was something familiar about it, something he couldn't quite place. Suddenly it hit him. He rummaged through Annika's journal, flipping to the entry about the letter from 1567. He read it again, this time focusing on the description of a hidden vault beneath the city. The painting isn't just a map, Van Horn whispered to himself. It's a key to the vault. Into the depths. The next evening, Van Horn found himself standing in the shadow of Antwerp's oldest church, St. James's Church. According to the letter, the hidden vault lay beneath the church's foundations, forgotten by time. He had brought only a flashlight and his sidearm, unwilling to alert anyone else until he knew what he was dealing with. The church was dark and silent, its towering spires reaching into the night sky like watchful sentinels. Van Horn found a trapdoor beneath the altar, just as the letter had described. With a deep breath, he pried it open and descended into the darkness. The air was cold and damp, and the narrow stone steps seemed to go on forever. At the bottom, he found himself in a small, ancient chamber. The walls were lined with shelves filled with dusty relics and scrolls. In the center of the room stood a pedestal, and resting on it was an ornate wooden box. Carved into its lid was the Alba Rosa symbol. Van Horn reached out, his fingers trembling slightly. He opened the box and stared in shock at what lay inside. A collection of documents, maps, and a golden medallion engraved with the same symbol. This was no ordinary treasure. It was evidence of a long-lost conspiracy that had shaped the history of the region. Before he could examine it further, he heard footsteps echoing in the chamber. He turned, his flashlight cutting through the darkness. Standing at the entrance was René van der Velde, his face calm, but his eyes cold. "I knew you'd find it eventually," René said, his voice echoing in the stone chamber. "But I can't let you leave with it." Van Horn's hand instinctively moved to his weapon. "If you take one step closer, this ends badly for you." René smiled faintly. "This is bigger than you realize, detective. That box doesn't just contain secrets, it contains power. The kind of power that people would kill for. Hand it over, and I'll let you walk away." Van Horn shook his head. Not a chance. The final struggle. In the tense silence that followed, Van Horn knew he had only seconds to act. He grabbed the box and bolted toward the stairway, his footsteps echoing behind him. René's voice shouted in the darkness, but Van Horn didn't stop. He burst out of the trapdoor, slamming it shut behind him and sealing it with a nearby iron bar. Outside, the cold night air hit his face like a slap, but he kept running. By the time he reached his car, he could already hear sirens in the distance. He had sent his location to his colleague moments before entering the church. Backup was on its way. Van Horn clutched the box tightly, his heart still pounding. He knew the fight wasn't over, not yet. But for the first time in weeks, he felt like he was one step ahead. Annika's disappearance was no longer just a mystery. It was part of a conspiracy that stretched back centuries, and Van Horn was determined to bring the truth to light, no matter how dangerous it became. Van Horn sat at his desk in the early hours of the morning, the ornate wooden box resting in front of him. The weight of the secrets inside was almost unbearable. The documents, maps, and the golden medallion, all bearing the Alba Rosa symbol, were more than historical artifacts. They were keys to a hidden story, one that powerful people were willing to kill for. He carefully spread the documents out, reading the faded letters and symbols. Some were written in Old Dutch, others in Latin. One parchment caught his eye. It was a map of Antwerp's old city, with several locations marked in red ink. Elise, sitting across from him, leaned closer. "These symbols, they're not just random. They correspond to known safe houses used by the resistance during the Spanish occupation." Van Horn nodded. But why would Annika's research lead to this? It's not just about a painting. It's about something much bigger. He traced his finger over the map, stopping at one marked location, the old Vandervelde warehouse near the docks. If there are answers, they might be here. A deadly pursuit. That night, Van Horn and Elise drove to the abandoned warehouse, the city streets eerily quiet. The building stood like a forgotten relic of Antwerp's past, its crumbling facade and shattered windows giving it a ghostly appearance. "We'll be quick," Van Horn said, stepping out of the car. "Stay close." Inside, the air was thick with dust, and the sound of their footsteps echoed through the cavernous space. Old crates and rusted machinery lay scattered across the floor. It smelled of salt and decay. They followed the map's instructions, weaving through the maze of corridors until they reached a locked iron door at the back of the warehouse. Van Horn tried the handle. It was sealed tight. "Step back," he said, pulling a crowbar from his bag. With a grunt, he pried the door open, revealing a dark stairwell leading underground. "I have a bad feeling about this," Elise whispered. Van Horn offered a reassuring glance. "Me too, but we're already in too deep." They descended the narrow stairs, their flashlights cutting through the darkness. At the bottom, they found themselves in a stone chamber, much like the one beneath St. James's Church. In the center of the room was a stone pedestal, its surface etched with the same Alba Rosa symbol. Resting on top was a weathered leather-bound journal. Van Horn opened it, flipping through the pages. It was filled with handwritten notes and sketches, maps, ciphered messages, and detailed descriptions of hidden tunnels beneath the city. "This is it," Elise said breathlessly. Annika was trying to map the entire underground network. She must have found something down here. Van Horn's eyes narrowed as he studied one of the pages. It described a hidden chamber beneath the city's central square, a vault said to contain the Alba Rosa treasure, hidden for centuries. But before he could read further, the sound of footsteps echoed from the stairwell. "Run," Van Horn whispered. "The trap." They sprinted back up the stairs, but their way was blocked by two men in dark suits, Vandervelde's enforcers. "Hand over the journal," one of the men demanded, a pistol glinting in his hand. Van Horn raised his hand slowly, thinking fast. "All right, take it. Just let her go." Elise glanced at him in alarm. "What are you doing?" "Trust me," he whispered. He tossed the journal toward the men. As they moved to catch it, Van Horn lunged forward, knocking the gun from the nearest man's hand. A struggle ensued, the confined space filled with the sounds of grunts and clattering footsteps. Elise grabbed a nearby pipe and swung it at the second man, sending him crashing into the wall. Van Horn delivered a final punch, knocking the first man unconscious. Breathing hard, he picked up the journal and grabbed Elise's hand. "We have to get out of here, now." They raced back to the car, the sound of sirens growing louder in the distance. Van Horn had called for backup during the scuffle, and now the police were closing in, unraveling the conspiracy. Back at the police station, Van Horn pieced together the story with Elise's help. The journal confirmed their suspicions. The Vandervelde family had been hiding the Alba Rosa treasure for generations, using the painting as a map to its location. But it wasn't just gold and jewels. The documents hinted at something far more valuable. Evidence of collusion between prominent families and the Spanish occupiers, a secret that could destroy their power even today. Van Horn's mind raced. This isn't about money. It's about control. The Vanderveldes have been guarding this secret for centuries, making sure no one could expose them. Elise leaned back in her chair, her face pale. And Annika got too close. That's why they took her. "We need to find that vault," Van Horn said. "If we expose what's inside, we can bring them down." The final clue. The next day, Van Horn and Elise stood in the center of Antwerp's Groot Market, the bustling square oblivious to the secrets hidden beneath its cobblestones. According to the journal, the entrance to the vault was beneath the old well at the square's edge, a well that had been sealed off for centuries. Van Horn pried off the metal grate covering the well, revealing a ladder descending into darkness. He glanced at Elise. "Ready?" She nodded, her flashlight in hand. "Let's end this." They climbed down into the depths, the city fading away above them. At the bottom, they found themselves in a vast underground chamber, its walls lined with ancient carvings. In the center stood a massive stone door, its surface covered in symbols matching those in the journal. Van Horn pressed the medallion into a circular indentation in the door. With a low rumble, the door slowly swung open, revealing the vault's contents. Gold glimmered in the dim light, coins, jewelry, and priceless artifacts. But what caught Van Horn's attention were the documents. Hundreds of them, detailing centuries of secret dealings and betrayals. "This is it," Van Horn said. "The proof we need." But before they could celebrate, the sound of footsteps echoed once more. "Detective Van Horn," Renee Vandervelde's voice called from the shadows. "You really should have stayed away." The stone door swung shut behind Van Horn and Elise with a thunderous clang, trapping them inside the ancient vault. The flickering beams of their flashlights barely pierced the darkness, casting long shadows on the piles of gold and stacks of parchment that surrounded them. Then they heard it, footsteps echoing down the tunnel. "Detective Van Horn," Renee Vandervelde's voice called from the darkness, calm and deliberate. "You've come so far. It's a shame it has to end here." Van Horn turned to Elise, his eyes sharp. "Stay behind me." Renee stepped into the dim light, flanked by two armed men. He wore a smug smile, his eyes glinting with malice. "You really thought you could uncover centuries of secrets and walk away? You don't know what you've stumbled into." Van Horn tightened his grip on the flashlight. "I know you've been hiding the truth for generations. And it's all here, proof of your family's collusion with the Spanish, the hidden tunnels, the disappearances. Annika must have found something too dangerous to ignore." Renee chuckled. Annika was persistent. She just didn't understand the importance of keeping certain stories buried. She paid the price for her curiosity. Elisa's face went pale. "What did you do to her?" Renee smiled coldly. "Let's just say she won't be troubling us anymore." A desperate fight. Van Horn's jaw clenched. "You won't get away with this." Renee's men raised their weapons. "I already have." But before they could fire, Van Horn grabbed a nearby piece of broken stone and hurled it at the closest man, knocking him off balance. In the same instant, he dove behind a stack of crates, pulling Elise with him. Gunfire echoed through the chamber, bullets ricocheting off the stone walls. "We need a plan," Elise shouted, her breath ragged. Van Horn peeked over the crates, assessing their surroundings. His eyes locked onto an ancient support beam near the ceiling, cracked and fragile. "If we can bring that beam down, we'll block their way out," he said. "But we'll have to time it perfectly." Elise nodded, grabbing a metal rod from the floor. "Let's do it." Van Horn counted to 3. Together, they charged across the vault, dodging gunfire as they ran. Van Horn swung his makeshift weapon at the base of the support beam, striking it with all his strength. The ancient wood groaned and splintered. Renee's eyes widened as the ceiling began to crumble. "No!" A section of the roof collapsed, sending a cloud of dust and debris into the air. Renee and his men stumbled backward, momentarily blinded. "This way!" Van Horn grabbed Elisa's hand, leading her toward a hidden passage at the far end of the vault. Into the tunnels. The passage was narrow and claustrophobic, the air thick with centuries-old dust. Their footsteps echoed as they ran, the faint glow of their flashlights barely illuminating the way. "Where does this lead?" Elise asked, her voice trembling. "If the journal's right, it should connect to the old catacombs beneath the city," Van Horn said. "We just have to keep moving." Behind them, they heard Renee's voice once more. "Find them. They won't get far." The tunnel twisted and turned, branching off into countless directions. Van Horn tried to stay calm, relying on his memory of the journal's map. Each step felt heavier, the air growing colder and more oppressive. Finally, they emerged into a larger chamber, the ancient catacombs beneath Antwerp. Rows of stone tombs lined the walls, their surfaces worn by time. Van Horn paused, catching his breath. "We're close. The exit should be just ahead." But as they moved toward the far end of the chamber, a shadowy figure stepped into their path. The final confrontation. Renee stood before them, his gun raised, his face twisted with rage. "You've caused me a great deal of trouble, Detective. But it ends here." Van Horn raised his hands, stepping in front of Elise. "Killing us won't change anything. The journal is out there. The truth will come to light." Renee shook his head. "Not if no one's left to tell the story." He pulled the trigger. The shot echoed through the chamber, but it missed its mark. Van Horn had lunged to the side at the last second, throwing a handful of dust and debris into Renee's eyes. Renee stumbled, disoriented, and Elise seized the opportunity. She grabbed a heavy stone from the ground and swung it with all her strength, knocking the gun from Renee's hand. Van Horn tackled him, pinning him to the ground. "It's over, Renee." The sound of approaching footsteps filled the chamber. This time it wasn't Renee's men, it was the police. Chief DeWitt stepped into the chamber, his gun drawn. "Van Horn, stand down." Van Horn released Renee, stepping back as the officers moved in to arrest him. "You're under arrest for conspiracy, kidnapping, and attempted murder," DeWitt said, snapping the cuffs onto Renee's wrists. Renee glared at Van Horn. You think you've won? This is bigger than you can imagine. There are others, powerful people, who won't let this go. Van Horn met his gaze. Then we'll bring them down too. A new beginning. Back at the station, Van Horn and Elise sat in the interrogation room, exhausted but triumphant. The journal lay on the table before them, its secrets finally exposed. It's over, Elise said softly. Annika's story won't be forgotten. Van Horn nodded, a faint smile on his lips. No, it won't. Outside, the first light of dawn broke over the city, casting a golden glow on the ancient streets of Antwerp. A new chapter had begun, but Van Horn knew there were still shadows lurking in the city's past, waiting to be uncovered, and he was ready for whatever came next. The city of Antwerp lay cloaked in darkness, rain falling in sheets against the ancient cobblestones. The rhythmic patter mixed with Van Horn's footsteps as he rushed down a narrow alley, his breath visible in the cold night air. Elise followed close behind, clutching the tattered journal that had brought them to this moment. They had little time. The map ends here, Elise said, pointing to the crumbling brick wall in front of them. This must be the entrance to the final chamber. Van Horn examined the wall, his eyes narrowing. It's hidden but not sealed. He pressed his hand against one of the stones, feeling for movement. The mechanism clicked, and the wall slid aside, revealing a dark passage. Elise, stay close, he whispered. They stepped inside, the forgotten chamber. The passage descended into a vast underground chamber, its walls lined with ancient symbols and forgotten relics. The air was damp and heavy, thick with the scent of earth and decay. At the center of the chamber stood a stone pedestal, atop which lay a weathered chest. The final piece of the puzzle, Elise whispered, her eyes wide. It's here. Van Horn approached the chest cautiously. His fingers traced the strange symbols etched into its surface. They seemed familiar, yet different from anything he had seen before. We have to be careful, he said. If Renee and his allies went to such lengths to keep this hidden, it must be more dangerous than we imagined. He opened the chest slowly. Inside lay a collection of ancient scrolls, their edges brittle with age. At the center was a golden medallion inscribed with a cryptic symbol, a key of some kind. Elise's eyes widened. It's not just a relic, it's a map. Look at the symbols, they match the ones on the journal. This medallion is the key to something even bigger. Before they could examine it further, a sudden noise echoed from the passage behind them. Footsteps. Van Horn's heart sank. We're not alone. Betrayal revealed. Renee's voice echoed through the chamber, smooth and menacing. Did you really think you could outrun me forever? He stepped into the light, flanked by several armed men. His face was calm, but his eyes burned with fury. Hand over the medallion, Renee said, his tone leaving no room for negotiation. It belongs to my family. It always has. Van Horn stood his ground. Your family built an empire on lies and blood. This ends tonight. Renee chuckled. You're so noble, detective. Always playing the hero. But you're out of your depth. You don't even know what you've found, do you? Elise clutched the medallion. We know enough to expose the truth. Renee raised his hand, signaling his men to move in. I'll give you one last chance. Give me the medallion, and you can walk away. Refuse, and I can't promise the same. Van Horn glanced at Elise. Run when I say, he whispered. The chase. In a blur of motion, Van Horn hurled the chest at one of the armed men, knocking him off balance. Go, he shouted, grabbing Elise's arm and sprinting toward the far end of the chamber. Bullets ricocheted off the stone walls as they ran, their footsteps echoing through the ancient tunnels. The passage twisted and turned, but Van Horn never slowed, his instincts guiding him through the labyrinth. We're almost there, Elise shouted, her voice barely audible over the gunfire. The passage opened into a narrow stairwell that spiraled upward. Van Horn glanced back. Renee's men were gaining on them. Keep climbing, he urged Elise. They burst into a small courtyard at street level, rain pouring down around them. For a moment, they were blinded by the sudden light. Then Renee appeared, blocking their path. His gun was raised, his face twisted with rage. You should have taken my offer, he snarled. The final stand. Van Horn stepped in front of Elise, his eyes locked on Renee. You've lost. The police are on their way. It's over. Renee smirked. You think so? Even if you stop me, there are others. People more powerful than you can imagine. This secret will never die. Then we'll fight them too, Van Horn said calmly. For a moment, time seemed to freeze. The rain fell in slow motion, the tension crackling in the air. Then, from behind Renee, A siren wailed, closer and closer. Renee hesitated, his grip on the gun wavering. Van Horn seized the opportunity, lunging at him with all his strength. The two men struggled, slipping and sliding on the wet pavement. Renee fought like a man possessed, but Van Horn's determination was unshakable. With a final, desperate push, he disarmed Renee, sending the gun skittering across the ground. The police arrived in force, their lights cutting through the rain. Chief DeWitt stepped forward, gun drawn. "Renee van der Velde, you're under arrest." Renee's shoulders sagged in defeat as the officers cuffed him. Van Horn stood over him, breathing hard. "It's over. A new dawn." Hours later, Van Horn and Elise stood on a bridge overlooking the city. The first light of dawn was breaking over the horizon, casting a golden glow on the ancient rooftops. "We did it," Elise said softly, holding the medallion in her hand. Van Horn nodded, his eyes fixed on the rising sun. "It's only the beginning. There are still questions to be answered, secrets to uncover. But for now," Elise said with a smile, "we rest." Van Horn smiled back. "For now." The medallion glinted in the morning light, its mysteries far from solved. But for the first time in weeks, Van Horn felt a sense of peace. Whatever lay ahead, he knew they would face it together. The air in the police precinct was heavy with tension. Van Horn stood in the chief's office, his shirt still damp from the rain, his mind racing. Renee van der Velde's arrest had been a major victory, but something about it gnawed at him, a feeling that the battle was far from over. Chief DeWitt handed him a file. "We found something at Renee's estate. You want to see this?" Van Horn opened the file. Inside were photos of ancient artifacts, maps, and a series of coded documents. His eyes narrowed as he flipped through the pages. "What is this?" he asked. "Evidence that Renee wasn't working alone," DeWitt said grimly. "There's an entire network tied to these artifacts, a secret society that's been operating for centuries." Elise entered the office, her face pale. "I did some digging. These symbols on the medallion, they're connected to an old order called the Brotherhood of the Eclipse. They've been guarding something powerful, or dangerous." Van Horn leaned back in his chair, his mind piecing the puzzle together. "Renee was just a pawn. There's a bigger game at play." DeWitt nodded. "And you're not going to like what comes next. A new threat." That night, Van Horn and Elise returned to his apartment to analyze the documents. The rain had stopped, but the city outside was eerily quiet. Elise spread the documents across the table. "Look at this," she said, pointing to an ancient map. "These locations, they're all significant historical sites. But why would Renee be interested in these?" Van Horn's eyes scanned the map, his brow furrowed. "They're not just historical sites. They're ley lines, places of power. If the Brotherhood is trying to control them, it could give them influence over everything." A sudden knock at the door made them both freeze. Van Horn reached for his gun. "Stay behind me." He opened the door cautiously. A man stood in the hallway, his face partially hidden beneath a wide-brimmed hat. His eyes were dark, filled with urgency. "My name is Matthias," the man said, his voice low and tense. "I was a friend of your father." Van Horn's heart skipped a beat. "My father? He died years ago." Matthias shook his head. "No, he was murdered by the Brotherhood. He was trying to stop them, uncovering the past." Van Horn and Elise sat in stunned silence as Matthias recounted the story. "Your father was one of the few who knew the truth about the Brotherhood," Matthias said. "He discovered their plan and tried to warn others, but they silenced him. I've been in hiding ever since, waiting for the right moment to act." Van Horn's jaw tightened. "Why come forward now?" "Because the Brotherhood knows you're close to the truth," Matthias said. "They won't stop until they have the medallion, and anyone who stands in their way will be eliminated." Elise exchanged a worried glance with Van Horn. "Then we need to move fast. If the Brotherhood is after us, we have to find their next target before they do." Matthias nodded. "There's a place in Prague, an old monastery. It's one of the key locations on the map. If we're lucky, we might find the answers we need there." Race against time. The next morning, Van Horn, Elise, and Matthias boarded a train to Prague. The journey was long, the landscape blurring past the window as tension hung in the air. Elise studied the map while Matthias filled in more details about the Brotherhood. "They've infiltrated governments, corporations, even law enforcement," Matthias said. "You can't trust anyone." Van Horn's mind raced. If the Brotherhood had that kind of power, their fight was far from over. As the train pulled into the station, Van Horn felt a chill run down his spine. He couldn't shake the feeling that they were being watched. "Stay alert," he warned Elise and Matthias. "We're not safe yet." The monastery. The monastery loomed on a hill overlooking the city, its stone walls weathered by centuries of wind and rain. The air was cold, filled with the scent of pine and ancient stone. Van Horn led the way inside, his footsteps echoing through the empty halls. "This place feels wrong," Elise whispered. Matthias nodded. "The Brotherhood has been here. I can feel it." They reached a massive wooden door at the end of the corridor. Van Horn pushed it open, revealing a hidden library filled with ancient texts and relics. "This is incredible," Elise said, running her fingers along the spines of the books. "Some of these texts are hundreds of years old." Van Horn approached a large table at the center of the room. On it lay a series of scrolls and an intricate device made of gold and crystal. "This must be what Renee was after," he said. "It's some kind of key." Before they could examine it further, the door slammed shut behind them. Trapped, Van Horn spun around, gun drawn. A group of masked figures emerged from the shadows, their eyes cold and unyielding. "The Brotherhood," Matthias whispered. One of the figures stepped forward, his voice calm and commanding. "You've come far, detective, but your journey ends here." Van Horn raised his gun. "Not yet." The room erupted into chaos. Van Horn fired at the nearest figure, while Matthias fought with surprising strength and agility. Elise grabbed the golden device and ducked behind a pillar. "Van Horn," she shouted. "We can't let them take this." Van Horn nodded, his mind racing. He needed a plan, fast. "Matthias, cover me," he yelled, sprinting toward Elise. Together, they fought their way to a side door and burst into the night, the Brotherhood close behind. A narrow escape. They ran through the dark streets of Prague, their breath coming in ragged gasps. The Brotherhood was relentless, their footsteps echoing in the narrow alleys. "This way!" Matthias shouted, leading them toward a hidden passage. They emerged in a quiet courtyard, the city spread out below them. For the moment, they were safe. Van Horn leaned against a wall, catching his breath. That was too close. Elise held up the golden device. "But we got it. Whatever this is, it's important enough for the Brotherhood to kill for." Matthias nodded. "And now we have to figure out how to use it, before they catch up to us." Van Horn looked out over the city, his jaw set. "Then we don't stop until we end this. For my father. For everyone they've hurt." Elise placed a hand on his shoulder. "We're with you." The sun rose over Prague, casting golden light on the ancient city. In a quiet corner of the old town, Van Horn, Elise, and Matthias sat around a worn wooden table in a hidden cafe, the golden device resting between them. The cafe owner, an old woman with kind eyes, served them steaming cups of coffee and locked the door behind her. "You've got little time," she warned softly, glancing at the device. "They'll come for it, and you." Van Horn nodded, his jaw tightening. "We'll be gone soon. But first, we need to know what this thing is." Matthias tapped the golden device, studying its intricate patterns. "It's a key, but not in the traditional sense. It's designed to unlock something ancient, something hidden for centuries." Elise traced the symbols on the device with her fingertips. "These markings, they're a language no one uses anymore. I've seen them in fragments, but this is complete. It's tied to the Brotherhood's origin story." Van Horn's eyes darkened. "If this key is that important, then we need to figure out what it opens, before the Brotherhood finds us again." A desperate search. Their first clue lay in an old text they found in the monastery, the Chronicles of the Eclipse, a cryptic record of hidden artifacts and forgotten places. One passage stood out. "The heart of power lies beneath the city of light, where shadows guard the eternal flame." City of light? Elise mused aloud. "That could be Paris." Matthias nodded slowly. "There's a hidden chamber beneath the Cathedral of Notre Dame. If the Brotherhood's records are accurate, the eternal flame is real, and it's been there for centuries." Van Horn leaned forward. "Then we go to Paris. We find the chamber, and we end this." Arrival in Paris. The train ride to Paris was tense. Van Horn and Elise sat in silence, watching the countryside roll by, while Matthias kept an eye on the other passengers. "This is it," Van Horn said quietly. "No more running. We face them head on." Elise smiled faintly. "You always did like impossible odds." When they arrived in Paris, night had fallen, and the city shimmered with lights. But there was no time to admire the view. They made their way to Notre Dame, slipping into the shadows as tourists wandered nearby. Matthias led them around the back of the cathedral. "There's a forgotten passage beneath the crypt. It's been sealed for centuries, but the key should open it." They descended into the crypt, the air growing colder with each step. Dust and cobwebs clung to the walls, and the faint scent of ancient stone filled the air. "Here," Matthias whispered, stopping in front of a massive stone door. "This is it." Van Horn held up the golden device. The symbols began to glow faintly, and with a soft click, the door swung open. The hidden chamber. The chamber beyond was breathtaking. Ancient pillars stretched toward the ceiling, their surfaces covered in carvings that told the story of the Brotherhood. At the center of the room stood a pedestal, and atop it burned a small blue flame, the eternal flame. Elise gasped. "It's real." Van Horn approached the flame cautiously. "What does it do?" Matthias shook his head. "No one knows for sure. Some say it's the source of the Brotherhood's power. Others believe it's a portal to something far more dangerous." Before they could discuss further, the sound of footsteps echoed through the chamber. "They're here," Van Horn muttered, drawing his gun. The final battle. The Brotherhood flooded into the chamber, their dark robes swirling like shadows. "Hand over the key," their leader demanded, his voice cold and commanding. Van Horn aimed his gun at the leader. "Come and take it." The room exploded into chaos. Van Horn fired, taking down two of the masked figures. Elise grabbed a stone tablet from the pedestal and swung it at another attacker, knocking him to the ground. Matthias fought with a ferocity that surprised even Van Horn, his movements swift and deadly. But the Brotherhood was relentless. Elise shouted from across the room. "Van Horn! The flame! It's reacting to the key." Van Horn turned just in time to see the golden device glowing brightly in his hand. The flame pulsed, growing larger and more intense. "We need to activate it," Matthias yelled. "It's the only way to stop them." Van Horn hesitated. "What if it's too dangerous?" "More dangerous than them?" Elise shot back, ducking beneath a sword slash. With a deep breath, Van Horn placed the key into the pedestal. The chamber shook violently, and the blue flame erupted, sending a shockwave through the room. The Brotherhood screamed as the energy engulfed them, their bodies dissolving into shadows. The light faded, and the chamber fell silent once more. A new beginning. Van Horn helped Elise to her feet, his heart pounding. "Is it over?" Matthias studied the now extinguished flame. "For now. But the Brotherhood isn't just a group, it's an idea. And ideas are hard to kill." Elise sighed. "So what do we do now?" Van Horn looked around the ancient chamber, then back at his friends. "We prepare. If they ever come back, we'll be ready." Matthias nodded. "Agreed. But for now, we've earned a break." They made their way back up into the Paris night, the weight of their journey settling on their shoulders. As they walked through the city, Elise leaned close to Van Horn. "You never told me why you kept going, why you risked everything." Van Horn smiled faintly. "For my father, for the truth, and for people like you, who believe in something bigger than themselves." Elise returned the smile. "Well, detective, I guess we make a good team." Van Horn looked out over the city, his eyes filled with quiet determination. "Yeah, we do." The streets of Paris were alive with music and laughter, but Van Horn, Elise, and Matthias remained in the shadows, moving quickly through the maze-like alleys. The battle beneath Notre Dame was behind them, but something felt unfinished. The golden device had done its job, but its power lingered in Van Horn's thoughts. "This isn't over," Matthias said quietly, glancing over his shoulder. "The Brotherhood won't fall that easily." Van Horn grunted in agreement. "We cut off one head, but another will grow. They'll be watching, waiting." Elise nodded, her expression grim. "And they'll come back stronger. We need answers before they regroup." As they crossed the Pont Neuf, the oldest bridge in Paris, Elise suddenly stopped. "There's someone we haven't consulted yet," she said, her voice hesitant. "A historian named Laurent Duval. He's an expert on the Brotherhood's origins, but he's a recluse. If anyone knows what the key truly unlocks, it's him. The forgotten scholar." Laurent Duval lived in an old chateau on the outskirts of Paris, surrounded by dense woods. His reputation was as mysterious as the Brotherhood itself. The chateau loomed in the darkness, its windows glowing faintly. The trio made their way up the winding path, their footsteps crunching on the gravel. Van Horn knocked on the massive wooden door. For a moment, there was only silence. Then the door creaked open. A tall, thin man with sharp features and piercing eyes stood before them. "Laurent Duval?" Van Horn asked. The man nodded slowly. "And who are you to disturb my solitude?" Elise stepped forward. "We need your help. It's about the Brotherhood and the golden key." Duval's eyes narrowed. "Come inside. Quickly. A hidden truth." Inside, the chateau was filled with ancient books, maps, and relics. The air smelled of old parchment and candle wax. Duval led them to a study lined with shelves crammed with volumes on history and mythology. He poured himself a glass of red wine and sat in an armchair, gesturing for them to speak. Matthias placed the golden device on the table. "We found this. It's some sort of key, but we don't know what it unlocks." Duval leaned forward, studying the device with growing fascination. "I've read about this, but I never thought I'd see it in my lifetime." He stood, retrieving a thick leather-bound book from a nearby shelf. Flipping through the pages, he stopped at an ancient illustration, a drawing of the key. "It's called the Solstice Key," Duval explained. "It was created centuries ago by the founders of the Brotherhood. Legend says it opens the Sanctum of Shadows, a hidden chamber where the Brotherhood stored its most powerful artifacts. If this key has been found, it means the Sanctum is at risk." Elise frowned. "Where is the Sanctum?" Duval tapped the map on the table. "It's buried deep beneath the Carpathian Mountains. Few have ever dared to seek it, and even fewer have returned." The race to the Carpathians. Determined to stay one step ahead of the Brotherhood, Van Horn, Elise, and Matthias boarded a train bound for Eastern Europe. The journey was long and tense, every stop a potential trap. As the train wound through mountain passes, Elise studied Duval's map, tracing the path to the Sanctum. "It's hidden in a place called the Vale of Shadows," she said. "A valley surrounded by cliffs and thick forests. If we're going to find it, we'll need to move quickly." Van Horn stared out the window, his mind racing. "If the Brotherhood knows we have the key, they'll already be on their way." Matthias checked his gun. "Then we'll have to get there first." The Vale of Shadows. The Carpathian Mountains were vast and foreboding, their peaks shrouded in mist. The Vale of Shadows lay at the heart of the range, a secluded valley that seemed untouched by time. The trio hiked through dense forests, their path illuminated by the pale light of the moon. The air was cold and heavy with the scent of pine and damp earth. Suddenly, the ground trembled beneath their feet. "An earthquake?" Elise asked, her voice trembling. Van Horn shook his head. "No, something else." From the shadows, a group of Brotherhood assassins emerged, their eyes gleaming with deadly intent. "You've led us right to it," the leader said, a cruel smile on his lips. "Thank you for saving us the trouble." The battle for the Sanctum. Van Horn drew his weapon, firing into the darkness. The forest erupted in chaos as the Brotherhood closed in, their blades flashing in the moonlight. Matthias fought with brutal efficiency, taking down one attacker after another. Elise ducked behind a tree, her hands shaking as she tried to reload her pistol. "We can't fight them all," she shouted. "We need to get to the Sanctum." Van Horn nodded, covering her as they sprinted toward a hidden cave at the base of the cliffs. Inside, the cave twisted and turned, its walls covered in ancient carvings. The air grew colder the deeper they went. Finally, they reached a massive stone door, the entrance to the Sanctum. Matthias inserted the key into a slot in the center of the door. The symbols began to glow, and with a deep rumble, the door swung open. The Sanctum of Shadows. The Sanctum was a vast underground chamber, its walls lined with shelves filled with ancient scrolls and artifacts. At the center stood a massive stone altar, its surface etched with symbols that pulsed with a strange light. Elise approached the altar cautiously. "This is it. The Brotherhood's greatest secrets, all hidden here." Van Horn scanned the room, his instincts on high alert. "We don't have much time. Grab what you can and let's go." As they began collecting the scrolls, the ground trembled once more. "The Sanctum is collapsing," Matthias shouted. Van Horn grabbed Elise's hand. "Run!" The trio sprinted toward the exit, the walls crumbling around them. Dust and debris filled the air as the Sanctum collapsed into itself, sealing its secrets forever. They burst out of the cave just as the entrance caved in behind them, collapsing into a cloud of dust and stone. "A new threat!" Coughing and covered in dirt, Van Horn looked back at the sealed cave. "That was too close." Elise nodded, clutching a bundle of scrolls to her chest. "But we got what we came for." Matthias glanced at the horizon, where dark clouds gathered ominously. "This isn't the end. The Brotherhood won't stop until they have these secrets, and they'll come at us with everything they've got." Van Horn smiled grimly. "Then we'll be ready. Let them come." The dawn was cold and gray as Van Horn, Elise, and Matthias made their way through the dense Carpathian forests. The bundle of ancient scrolls Elise carried felt heavier with each step, not because of its physical weight, but because of the secrets it contained. Every word scribbled on the parchment could change history, and that kind of power made them targets, once again. We can't keep running forever, Matthias said, his breath visible in the chilly air. We need a safe place to figure out what these scrolls say. Van Horn nodded. There's an old safe house in Vienna. It hasn't been used in years, but it'll do for now. Elise glanced back at the crumbling mountains behind them. If we make it there. A whisper of doubt. As they moved through the forest, Elise's mind churned with questions. Why had the Brotherhood left such a powerful key hidden for so long? And why were they so desperate to get it back now? Her thoughts were interrupted by Matthias, who slowed to a stop. We're being followed. Van Horn's eyes darted to the shadows among the trees. How many? Matthias knelt, studying the disturbed leaves on the forest floor. 3, maybe 4. Skilled hunters. They've been on our trail since the sanctum. Without another word, they moved faster, weaving through the trees in silence. The safe house in Vienna. Several days later, they arrived in Vienna, blending into the bustling city streets. The safe house was hidden in an abandoned townhouse on the edge of the old quarter. Van Horn checked the locks and bolted the doors behind them. We'll be safe here. For now. The safe house was sparse but functional, dusty furniture, faded wallpaper, and a thick steel door in the basement that led to a hidden armory. Elise unrolled the scrolls on the dining table, her eyes scanning the ancient symbols. We need to decipher these before the Brotherhood finds us. Van Horn lit a lamp, illuminating the strange text. Where do we start? Matthias frowned. We might need someone who can read this, someone who knows the old Brotherhood dialect. Elise nodded slowly. There's only one person I know who might help, Sophia Moreau. A risky alliance. Sophia Moreau was a former member of the Brotherhood, an expert in ancient texts and cryptography. She had once been an ally, but her betrayal had nearly cost Van Horn his life. I'm not sure we can trust her, Van Horn muttered. We don't have a choice, Elise said. She knows more about the Brotherhood's secrets than anyone alive. Reluctantly, they set out to find her. Sophia lived in a crumbling villa on the outskirts of the city. When they arrived, she greeted them with a sly smile, her dark eyes glittering with amusement. Well, well, if it isn't the infamous Van Horn, she said, leaning against the doorframe. And what brings you to my humble abode? We need your help, Elise said quickly. It's about the Sanctum of Shadows. Sophia's smile faded. Come inside. Deciphering the scrolls. Sophia spread the scrolls out on a large wooden table, her fingers tracing the ancient symbols. This is incredible, she whispered. These texts are older than the Brotherhood itself. They speak of something called the Harbinger's Vault, a hidden chamber that holds the true source of the Brotherhood's power. Van Horn leaned in. Where is it? Sophia shook her head. The location isn't written here, but the symbols suggest it's somewhere beneath Rome, hidden beneath the catacombs. Rome, Matthias muttered. The heart of the Brotherhood. If the Brotherhood finds it before we do, Sophia said, they'll become unstoppable. A double cross. Later that night, Van Horn's instincts kicked in. He had learned long ago to trust his gut, and right now it was screaming at him. He moved quietly through the safe house, listening for anything out of place. His suspicions were confirmed when he found Sophia in the study, whispering into a phone. Yes, they have the scrolls, she said. I'll keep them here until you arrive. Van Horn stepped into the room, his gun drawn. Who are you talking to? Sophia spun around, her eyes wide with surprise. Van Horn. I can explain. Don't bother. Matthias and Elise rushed in, their weapons drawn. You were going to hand us over to the Brotherhood, Elise said, her voice trembling with anger. Sophia sighed. You don't understand. The Brotherhood isn't what it used to be. There are factions now, warring groups fighting for control. I was trying to protect you. By selling us out? Matthias growled. Nice strategy. Van Horn's eyes narrowed. We're leaving. Now. The road to Rome. With no time to waste, they fled Vienna, making their way south toward Italy. The scrolls had revealed just enough information to lead them to the catacombs beneath Rome, but they knew the Brotherhood wouldn't be far behind. The journey was grueling, but their determination kept them moving. Every town, every border crossing was a test of their resolve. As they neared Rome, Van Horn's thoughts drifted back to Sophia's words. The Harbinger's Vault, the true source of the Brotherhood's power. What could it be? Elise asked, breaking the silence. Something they're willing to kill for, Van Horn said grimly. We'll find out soon enough. The catacombs of Rome. Rome was a city of secrets, its ancient streets hiding a labyrinth of tunnels and chambers that stretched for miles beneath the surface. The catacombs were dark and oppressive, the air thick with the scent of earth and decay. Van Horn led the way, his flashlight cutting through the darkness. "We're close," Elise whispered, holding the map tightly. "The entrance should be just ahead." Suddenly, the ground gave way beneath them, sending them tumbling into a hidden chamber. They landed hard, the dust choking the air around them. When they looked up, they saw an enormous stone door covered in ancient symbols, the entrance to the Harbinger's vault. Matthias drew his weapon. "Let's hope it was worth the trip." Van Horn inserted the golden key into the door. With a deep rumble, the door began to open, revealing a vast chamber filled with artifacts, ancient texts, and a glowing crystal at the center of the room. Elise's eyes widened. This is it, the source of their power. But before they could take another step, footsteps echoed behind them. The Brotherhood had found them. The massive stone door groaned open, revealing the chamber beyond, a vast circular hall bathed in an eerie bluish light. The air crackled with energy, and ancient symbols carved into the walls glowed faintly, pulsing in rhythm with an unseen force. In the center of the chamber stood a raised platform, and on it, an obsidian pedestal held the glowing crystal, the Harbinger's core. "It's beautiful," Elise breathed, stepping forward. Van Horn grabbed her arm, stopping her. "Careful. We don't know what kind of traps they left here." Matthias scanned the room, his finger resting on the trigger of his pistol. If this is the source of the Brotherhood's power, it's more than just a pretty stone. Elise leaned closer to the pedestal, her eyes narrowing. The symbols on the pedestal, they're some kind of protection spell. Old magic. Sophia's voice echoed from behind them. "It's not just a spell, it's a seal." They all turned, weapons raised, as Sophia stepped into the chamber, flanked by 6 armed Brotherhood agents. "You didn't think I'd let you have it that easily, did you?" Sophia smirked. A sudden betrayal. Van Horn clenched his jaw. "You were never planning to help us." Sophia shrugged. "I told you, there are factions within the Brotherhood. I'm just choosing the winning side." Matthias raised his gun. "You've made a mistake, Sophia. We won't go down without a fight." Sophia laughed, motioning for her men to spread out. "Oh, I'm counting on that." Without warning, the chamber erupted into chaos. Gunfire echoed through the hall as Van Horn, Elise, and Matthias dove for cover behind the stone pillars. Elise clutched the scrolls tightly to her chest, her heart racing. "We can't let them take the core." Van Horn fired a few shots, taking down 2 of Sophia's men. "We won't." The power of the core. In the midst of the battle, Sophia made a dash for the pedestal. She reached out, her fingers brushing against the glowing crystal. The room shook violently, and a blinding light filled the chamber as the core reacted to her touch. Sophia screamed, her body convulsing as the power surged through her. The symbols on the walls flared with light, and cracks spread across the floor. "She's activating it," Elise shouted. "If she can't control the power, it'll destroy everything." Van Horn rushed toward the pedestal, dodging falling debris. He grabbed Sophia, pulling her away from the core. The light dimmed, and the shaking stopped. Sophia collapsed to the ground, unconscious. The vault's true purpose. Elise knelt beside the pedestal, her eyes wide with realization. This isn't just a source of power, it's a weapon. The Brotherhood didn't use it to protect themselves. They used it to control others. Matthias glanced at the unconscious Sophia. "Then we can't let anyone have it. We destroy it." Van Horn hesitated, his eyes locked on the core. "If we destroy it, we lose any chance of stopping the Brotherhood for good. But if we keep it, we'll be hunted forever." Elise placed a hand on his shoulder. "We'll decide together, but not here." Escape and revelation. As they prepared to leave, the sound of approaching footsteps echoed through the catacombs. "Reinforcements," Matthias muttered. "We're out of time." Van Horn grabbed the core, wrapping it in a cloth. "Let's move." They raced through the tunnels, the Brotherhood agents close behind. The narrow passages twisted and turned, each step taking them deeper into the labyrinth beneath Rome. At one point, the ground gave way beneath Matthias, and Van Horn caught him just in time, pulling him back onto solid ground. "Thanks," Matthias panted. "I owe you one." Van Horn grinned. "Add it to the list." A new beginning. They finally emerged from the catacombs into the cool night air. The streets of Rome were quiet, the city unaware of the chaos that had just unfolded beneath its feet. Elise looked around, her eyes filled with determination. "We have the core, but we're not safe yet. The Brotherhood won't stop until they have it back." Matthias nodded. "Then we go underground. We find allies. We fight back." Van Horn tightened his grip on the wrapped core. "The Brotherhood started this war. We'll be the ones to end it." As they disappeared into the shadows, the first rays of dawn lit the sky, a promise of the battle yet to come. In the heart of Vienna, where ancient architecture stood as silent witnesses to centuries of history, the city thrummed with a peculiar blend of elegance and mystery. Narrow cobblestone alleys twisted between majestic Baroque buildings, concealing secrets in their shadows. On the edge of the 8th district, a quiet neighborhood known for its quaint cafes and peaceful streets, something sinister was about to unfold. It began on a crisp October evening. The air was thick with the scent of roasting chestnuts and damp leaves. Claudia Reinhardt, a 34-year-old art historian, had just left her office at the Kunsthistorisches Museum. She was returning to her apartment on Lurchenfelder Strasse, her heels clicking rhythmically against the pavement. Claudia's life was a carefully curated existence, meticulous, predictable, and utterly ordinary. As she reached her building, she noticed something unusual, a black envelope tucked into her mailbox. There was no stamp, no return address, just her name written in precise, elegant handwriting. She frowned, her pulse quickening slightly. She took the envelope and entered her apartment, the door clicking shut behind her. The apartment was warm and filled with the scent of freshly brewed coffee. Books and art catalogs were stacked neatly on every available surface, and a half-finished painting leaned against the wall by the window. Claudia set her bag on the table and tore open the envelope. Inside was a single sheet of paper, folded once. The message was brief, written in the same elegant script. "They know what you saw. Be careful." Her breath caught in her throat. The words were both cryptic and chilling. Claudia's mind raced, trying to piece together what this could mean. She hadn't witnessed anything unusual, or so she thought. What could she have seen that would warrant such a message? She walked to the window, pulling the curtain aside to peer into the street below. The usual scene greeted her. A few pedestrians strolling, a couple walking their dog, the warm glow of a nearby bakery. Nothing seemed out of place. But then her eyes caught something. A figure standing across the street, partially obscured by the shadow of a lamppost. The figure didn't move, didn't acknowledge her presence. They just stood there, watching. Claudia's heart began to pound. She let the curtain fall back into place and stepped away from the window, her mind whirling. Should she call the police? What would she even tell them? That she received a strange letter and saw someone standing in the street? She decided to wait. Perhaps it was a prank, an elaborate joke orchestrated by someone with a twisted sense of humor. Still, she couldn't shake the unease that coiled in her stomach. Hours passed. Claudia tried to distract herself with work, but her eyes kept flicking to the clock. Midnight came and went, and eventually exhaustion took hold. She fell into a restless sleep on the couch, the envelope still clutched in her hand. She didn't notice the faint sound of footsteps outside her door, or the shadow that lingered just beyond the threshold. The next morning, Claudia awoke to a dull ache in her neck and a lingering sense of unease. Sunlight filtered through the curtains, casting a warm glow across the room, but it did little to dispel the anxiety that had taken root in her chest. The black envelope still lay on the coffee table, its message etched in her mind like a scar. She picked it up, reading the words again, as if they might reveal a hidden meaning. "They know what you saw. Be careful." Who were they, and what had she supposedly seen? A knock at the door startled her, breaking the heavy silence. Claudia froze, her pulse quickening. She wasn't expecting anyone. Slowly, she approached the door and peered through the peephole. Standing on the other side was a man in his late 40s, dressed in a dark coat and wearing a serious expression. "Frau Reinhardt?" the man called out, his voice calm but firm. "My name is Inspector Thomas Berger. May I have a word with you?" Claudia hesitated before unlocking the door. The inspector held up a badge to confirm his identity. "It won't take long," he added, sensing her apprehension. She nodded and stepped aside, letting him in. Berger scanned the room with a practiced eye, his gaze lingering on the black envelope. "Did you receive that last night?" he asked, pointing to it. Claudia nodded again. "Yes. I found it in my mailbox when I got home. There was no return address, just my name." Berger took a seat at the dining table and gestured for her to join him. "I believe you may be in danger, Frau Reinhardt. Over the past month, 2 other individuals received similar letters. Both of them disappeared shortly afterward. No trace, no explanation." A chill ran down Claudia's spine. "Disappeared? What do you mean?" "Vanished without a trace," Berger replied grimly. "We found their apartments in perfect order, with no signs of struggle. The only common thread was a black envelope with a warning message. Just like yours." Claudia's hands trembled as she gripped her coffee cup. Why me? I don't understand. I haven't seen anything unusual. I'm just an art historian. My life is boring. Berger leaned forward, his eyes narrowing. Think carefully, Frau Reinhardt. Even the smallest detail could be important. Have you recently visited a new place, met someone unusual, or noticed anything out of the ordinary? Claudia closed her eyes, her mind racing. Images flashed through her memory. Recent exhibitions at the museum, late-night research sessions, strangers she had passed on the street. Nothing stood out. Nothing made sense. No, she said finally. Nothing that I can think of. Berger studied her for a moment before standing up. If anything comes to mind, no matter how insignificant it seems, contact me immediately. In the meantime, be vigilant. Lock your doors and avoid walking alone at night. Whoever sent that letter, they're watching you. Claudia followed him to the door, her heart heavy with dread. As Berger disappeared down the hallway, she closed the door and locked it, her fingers lingering on the deadbolt. She stood there for a moment, listening to the silence. Then, from the corner of her eye, she noticed something on the floor. A second black envelope slipped beneath the door while she had been talking to Berger. Her breath caught as she picked it up. The message inside was even more chilling than the first. You can't escape the truth. Remember the gallery. The gallery. Claudia's blood ran cold. Something had happened at the gallery, something she had forgotten or overlooked. Her mind raced to recall every detail of her recent visits. What had she seen? What had she missed? Outside, the shadows deepened as the sun dipped below the horizon. Claudia stood frozen, the envelope clutched in her trembling hands, as the weight of the mystery pressed down on her. And somewhere in the distance, a figure watched from the shadows, waiting for her next move. The gallery in question was the Academy Gallery, a small but prestigious venue nestled in Vienna's artistic quarter. It was a place Claudia often visited for inspiration and research. Now, it loomed in her mind like a dark, unanswered question. The next morning, driven by equal parts fear and curiosity, she decided to go back. The city was still waking up when she arrived. The cobblestone streets were damp from an early morning drizzle, and a gray mist hung in the air, wrapping the buildings in a shroud of secrecy. The gallery doors were locked, but Claudia had a key. As a frequent collaborator with the curators, she often worked there during off hours. She unlocked the door and stepped inside, the echo of her footsteps the only sound in the empty space. The gallery was dimly lit, the morning light filtering through high windows. Claudia moved through the main hall, her eyes scanning the paintings and sculptures with a new sense of urgency. Nothing seemed out of place. But then, as she approached the east wing, a strange feeling gripped her, a sense of being watched. Her eyes fell on a painting she had overlooked before, a large, brooding canvas depicting a dark alleyway in Vienna. It was strikingly realistic, almost as if it were a photograph. But what caught her attention was a detail in the background, a shadowy figure, barely visible, standing at the edge of the alley. The figure was familiar. Her heart began to race. It was the same figure she had seen outside her apartment. Claudia stepped closer, her breath catching in her throat. The figure's face was obscured, but its stance, its presence, it was unmistakable. Beneath the painting, a small plaque read, Untitled, Artist Unknown. 1896. 1896. That was impossible. The figure couldn't have been there for over a century. Yet, it was undeniably the same. A sudden noise behind her made her jump, a feint. Claudia spun around, her heart pounding in her chest. The noise echoed softly through the gallery, a faint creak, like the groan of old wood shifting under weight. The vast space seemed to close in around her, shadows gathering in the corners, thick with the weight of unseen eyes. She swallowed hard, telling herself it was nothing, just the building settling, a trick of the mind heightened by her fear. Yet she couldn't shake the feeling that something, or someone, was there with her. The painting loomed behind her, the shadowy figure frozen in its haunting vigil. Claudia took a deep breath and tried to steady her nerves. She had come here for answers, and she wasn't about to leave without them. Pulling out her phone, she snapped a photo of the painting, the strange figure in the background etched forever into her camera roll. As she lowered the phone, a soft whisper brushed past her ear. Remember? The word was barely audible, more like a breath than a voice, but it sent a jolt of icy terror through her. She turned sharply, her eyes scanning the gallery. The air seemed heavier now, thicker, almost suffocating. Her instinct screamed at her to run, to leave and never look back, but something stronger held her in place. She had to know the truth. Claudia moved back toward the painting, studying it more closely. The dark alley depicted in the background seemed oddly familiar, but she couldn't place where she had seen it before. Was it a real location in Vienna? If it was, it might hold the key to unraveling this mystery. Pulling out her phone again, she searched for maps of old Vienna, comparing the alleyways to the one in the painting. It took several long minutes, but then there it was. A narrow passage in the first district, near the old market square. It looked nearly identical to the one in the painting, though modernized with time. Her pulse quickened. She had to go there. The alley was exactly as the painting had depicted, a narrow, cobblestone lane bordered by ancient stone buildings. The air was colder here, the sunlight struggling to reach the ground through the tall, leaning facades. A few faded shop signs hung above shuttered windows, and the scent of damp stone filled her nostrils. Claudia walked slowly, her footsteps echoing in the silence. The alley seemed deserted, but that familiar sensation of being watched returned, stronger than before. She stopped in the center of the alley, turning in a slow circle, her eyes searching for any clue, any connection to the painting. Then she saw it, a small symbol carved into the wall at eye level, a circle with a cross through it. It looked ancient, the edges worn by time and weather. Claudia reached out to touch it, her fingers tracing the rough lines. As she did, a strange sense of déjà vu washed over her. She had seen this symbol before, but where? A sound behind her made her whip around, a soft shuffling, like footsteps on cobblestone. Her breath caught in her throat as a figure stepped out of the shadows. It was the man from the painting. The same dark coat, the same obscured face, the same chilling presence. He stood at the far end of the alley, perfectly still, watching her. For a moment, neither of them moved, the tension crackling between them like static electricity. Claudia took a step back, her heart racing. The man remained motionless, his head tilting slightly, as if studying her. Then, without warning, he turned and disappeared around the corner. "Wait!" Claudia called, breaking into a run. She reached the corner in seconds, her breath hitching in her chest, but the alley was empty. The man had vanished into thin air. A wave of confusion and frustration crashed over her. Who was he? Why was he following her? And what did he want? Her phone buzzed in her pocket, startling her. She pulled it out, her hands shaking slightly. A new message had appeared on the screen, from an unknown number. "You're closer than you think. Keep looking." Claudia stared at the message, her mind reeling. The symbol on the wall, the painting, the figure, everything was connected. Someone was guiding her, leaving her breadcrumbs to follow. But to what end? Her gaze drifted back to the carved symbol. It was a clue, she was certain of it, but it wasn't enough. She needed more answers. And she had a sinking feeling that to find them, she would have to go deeper into the shadows of Vienna's past. A past that seemed determined to resurface, dragging her along with it. Night was falling by the time Claudia returned to her apartment. The streets were bathed in the amber glow of streetlights, and the city seemed quieter than usual, as if holding its breath. She locked the door behind her, double-checking the deadbolt before drawing the curtains shut. Her laptop sat on the table, the screen casting a pale blue light across the room. Claudia opened it and began to dig deeper into the history of the Academy Gallery and the symbol she had found. Hours slipped by as she combed through archives and old records, her eyes burning from the strain. Finally, she found something, a reference to the symbol in a century-old newspaper article. It was linked to a secret society that had operated in Vienna in the late 19th century, known only as Die Schattenkreis, the Circle of Shadows. According to the article, the group had been involved in several unexplained disappearances and mysterious deaths. Their influence was said to stretch into every corner of the city's cultural elite. And then, without warning, they vanished, leaving behind nothing but whispers and unanswered questions. Claudia leaned back in her chair, her heart racing. Die Schattenkreis. The name sent a shiver down her spine. Could they still exist? And if so, what did they want from her? Her phone buzzed again. Another message, the same unknown number. Tomorrow, midnight, the gallery basement. A chill ran down her spine. She had never been to the gallery's basement. It was off limits to visitors and staff alike, a place few people even knew existed. Claudia knew she should call the police, tell them everything. But something inside her whispered that this was her journey to take, her mystery to solve. And so, as the clock ticked past midnight and the shadows grew long, she made her decision. She would go, alone, into the heart of the darkness, into the unknown. The night was cold, and Vienna lay wrapped in a blanket of silence as Claudia stood outside the gallery. The city felt different at this hour, its familiar streets transformed into a maze of shadows and secrets. Every sound seemed amplified, the distant rumble of a passing tram, the soft rustle of leaves blown by the wind. Claudia glanced at her phone one last time, rereading the cryptic message. Tomorrow, midnight, the gallery basement. The gallery loomed before her, its grand facade bathed in pale moonlight. She hesitated for a moment, her breath clouding in the cold air. Was this a trap, a warning, or a call for help? Her curiosity outweighed her fear. Clutching her coat tightly around her, she unlocked the gallery door and stepped inside. The air was cool and stale, carrying the faint scent of aged wood and oil paint. Claudia flicked on a small flashlight, the beam cutting through the darkness. The gallery's exhibits stood like silent sentinels, their shadows stretching across the floor. The hum of the city outside seemed to vanish, replaced by an oppressive stillness. Her footsteps echoed as she made her way toward the back of the gallery. She had never been to the basement before. Few people even knew it existed. But she had seen the door once, tucked away behind a heavy curtain near the east wing. There it was, a heavy, iron-bound door, half hidden in the gloom. It looked ancient, out of place in the otherwise modernized gallery. The handle was cold beneath her fingers, and the door groaned in protest as she pushed it open. Beyond lay a narrow staircase, winding down into the darkness. Claudia took a deep breath and descended. The basement was colder than she expected, the air damp and thick with the scent of stone and earth. The walls were lined with old wooden shelves, crammed with forgotten artifacts, dusty crates, faded paintings, and strange sculptures cloaked in cobwebs. Her flashlight flickered as she moved deeper, its light casting eerie shadows on the walls. She was about to turn back when something caught her eye, a door at the far end of the basement, partially hidden behind a stack of crates. Unlike the rest of the basement, the door looked pristine, newer, as if someone had installed it recently. Her pulse quickened as she approached. The door was locked, but a small keypad glowed beside it, its surface dusty and unused. Claudia hesitated. She had no idea what the code could be. But then she remembered the message. You're closer than you think. Closer than you think. Could the answer be something obvious? She typed in the date from the painting's plaque, 1896. The keypad beeped, and the lock clicked open. Her hand trembled slightly as she pushed the door open, revealing a long, dimly lit corridor. The walls were lined with flickering electric sconces, their light casting an unsettling yellow glow. This wasn't a storage area. It was something else entirely. Claudia moved cautiously, her footsteps muffled by the thick stone floor. The corridor seemed to stretch on forever, its end lost in the shadows. The air grew colder with each step, and the silence pressed down on her like a weight. Then she heard it, a faint sound, like the soft hum of a distant machine. It seemed to be coming from behind a heavy steel door on her right. Claudia pressed her ear to the door, straining to hear. The hum grew louder, accompanied by a rhythmic clanking, as if something mechanical was operating on the other side. Her curiosity got the better of her. She gripped the handle and pulled. The door swung open, revealing a cavernous room bathed in pale blue light. In the center stood a massive machine, an intricate network of gears, pipes, and dials, humming with a strange, almost hypnotic rhythm. It looked like something out of a Victorian engineer's fever dream, both beautiful and terrifying in its complexity. Claudia stepped closer, her eyes wide with awe. What was this machine doing here, hidden beneath the gallery? She reached out to touch one of the dials, her fingers brushing against the cold metal. Suddenly, the machine shuddered to life. The hum grew louder, the gears spinning faster, and the dials lighting up in rapid succession. Claudia stumbled back, her heart racing as the machine emitted a low, grinding roar. The walls around her seemed to vibrate, the air crackling with energy. Claudia's flashlight flickered wildly before going out, plunging the room into darkness. Then, as quickly as it had started, the machine fell silent. Claudia stood frozen, her breath coming in ragged gasps. The room was deathly quiet, the only sound the rapid thudding of her heart. She fumbled for her phone, using its light to navigate back toward the door. But as she reached the threshold, something stopped her in her tracks. A voice, soft and distant, echoed through the corridor. "Claudia!" Her blood ran cold. The voice was familiar, yet distorted, as if coming from a great distance. She turned, her phone's light sweeping across the room. There was no one there. "Claudia, help me!" The voice came again, louder this time. It seemed to be coming from the machine itself. Claudia's mind reeled. Was she imagining it? Or was the machine alive, in some way? Summoning her courage, she stepped back into the room, her eyes locked on the machine. "Who's there?" she called, her voice trembling. "What do you want?" For a moment, there was only silence. Then, the machine emitted a series of clicks and whirs, its dial spinning wildly. The pale blue light returned, illuminating a screen embedded in the machine's side. A message began to appear, letter by letter. "Find the truth. Follow the circle." The screen went dark again, leaving Claudia standing in the dim, flickering light of her phone. She backed away slowly, her mind racing. Follow the circle. The symbol she had seen carved into the wall, the circle with the cross through it, flashed in her memory. This was no coincidence. The machine, the symbol, the painting, it was all connected. And whoever, or whatever, had left her that message wanted her to keep going. Claudia turned and fled down the corridor, her footsteps echoing like gunshots in the oppressive silence. She reached the staircase and sprinted up, her breath burning in her lungs. The gallery above was still and quiet, the exhibits watching her in mute silence. She locked the basement door behind her and leaned against it, her chest heaving. She didn't know what she had just witnessed, but she knew one thing for certain. The mystery was far bigger and far darker than she had ever imagined, and it was only just beginning. The following day, Vienna seemed almost indifferent to the storm brewing beneath its surface. The streets were bustling with life, tourists snapping pictures, locals sipping coffee at open-air cafes, and artists sketching along the Danube. Yet, for Claudia, the world felt distant, out of sync, as though she were trapped in a dream she couldn't wake from. Her mind was a whirlwind of questions with no answers. The machine, the voice calling her name, and the ominous symbol, the circle with the cross, all haunted her thoughts. She knew she couldn't ignore it any longer. Whatever was hidden in the gallery's basement was tied to the black envelopes, the disappearances, and possibly even her own fate. Claudia sat at her kitchen table, flipping through her notebook, her fingers tracing the rough sketch she had made of the symbol. A circle with a cross through the middle. It felt ancient, almost like an occult sigil or a secret emblem from a forgotten society. She reached for her laptop and began to search for any references to the symbol. The internet was a vast and chaotic maze of theories, conspiracies, and academic articles. After hours of digging, something finally caught her attention. A fleeting mention in a dusty corner of an obscure forum dedicated to esoteric symbols and hidden European history. The Order of the Silent Circle. According to the Post, the Silent Circle was a secret society believed to have existed in Vienna during the late 19th century. Their symbol was a circle bisected by a cross, representing their philosophy of uncovering hidden truths beneath the fabric of reality. Some believed they were harmless mystics, obsessed with the idea of alternate dimensions and time loops. Others claimed they were far more dangerous, manipulators of fate who conducted experiments on time and human consciousness. Claudia's skin prickled. It was absurd, too fantastical to be real. And yet, the symbol was undeniable. Her heart pounded as she read further. There were rumors that the Silent Circle had operated out of a hidden chamber beneath Vienna, using ancient technology to conduct their experiments. The last known sighting of their symbol was recorded in 1896, the same year as the painting in the gallery. 1896. The year kept coming back to her like a haunting refrain. Claudia closed her laptop and leaned back in her chair, her thoughts spinning. What if the machine in the basement was part of their work? What if they hadn't disappeared at all, but had left something behind? A message for someone like her. Her phone buzzed, snapping her out of her thoughts. It was a text from Inspector Berger. "We need to meet. Urgent. Café Ritter. 8 p.m. The Café Ritter was one of Vienna's oldest coffee houses, its elegant interior a blend of old-world charm and faded grandeur. Claudia arrived early, her nerves taut. She found a table near the back, away from prying eyes, and ordered a black coffee. The café was quiet, the soft hum of conversation blending with the clink of porcelain cups. Inspector Berger arrived precisely at 8. He looked tired, his eyes shadowed, and his expression grim. Without a word, he sat down across from her, his gaze scanning the room before locking onto hers. "I've been digging into the disappearances," he said in a low voice, "and I found something disturbing." Claudia leaned in, her pulse quickening. "What is it?" Berger pulled a folder from his coat and slid it across the table. Claudia opened it, her breath catching as she scanned the contents. Photos of 2 missing individuals stared back at her, a man and a woman, both in their late 30s. Both had disappeared without a trace after receiving black envelopes. But what sent a chill down Claudia's spine was the third photo. It was of her. Her face stared back at her from a surveillance photo, taken just outside the gallery. Written across the bottom of the page were the words, "Potential target, subject 3. Claudia's hands trembled. What does this mean?" Berger's voice was grim. "It means they've been watching you for longer than you realize. You're not just a random target, Claudia. You're part of something bigger." He hesitated, his eyes narrowing. "Tell me everything you've seen, no matter how strange it seems. Leave nothing out." Claudia took a deep breath and recounted everything. The envelopes, the strange painting, the basement, the machine, and the voice that had called her name. Berger listened without interruption, his expression darkening with each new detail. When she finished, he sat back, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. "The Silent Circle," he muttered. "I've heard the name before, rumors mostly. Some say they were scientists ahead of their time, experimenting with concepts we barely understand even today. Others say they were madmen, playing with forces beyond their control. Either way, if that machine is what I think it is, we're in serious trouble." Claudia's mouth went dry. "What kind of trouble?" Berger leaned closer, his voice dropping to a whisper. "Time isn't as linear as we think it is. The Silent Circle believed they could bend it, fold it, even step outside it. If that machine in the basement is still functional, it might not just be a relic. It could still be active." Claudia stared at him, her mind struggling to grasp the implications. "You think the machine is connected to the disappearances?" "I don't know for sure," Berger admitted, "but I've seen enough to believe it's possible. And if that's true, then we're dealing with something far bigger than just a missing persons case." A heavy silence settled between them. Finally, Berger spoke again. "I want you to stay away from the gallery. Don't go back there until I've had a chance to investigate further." Claudia nodded, though a part of her bristled at the idea of being sidelined. She had come too far to walk away now. Berger stood, his eyes hard. "Promise me, Claudia. Stay safe. And if you see anything at all, call me immediately." He left without waiting for a response, disappearing into the night. Claudia sat for a long time, staring at the folder on the table. She knew Berger was right. Whatever was happening, it was dangerous. But the mystery gnawed at her, refusing to let go. Time isn't linear. The words echoed in her mind as she left the cafe and stepped into the cold night air. The city seemed to hum with an unseen energy, the shadows deeper, the air heavier. Her phone buzzed again. This time it was a voicemail. She pressed play, holding the phone to her ear. At first, there was only static. Then a voice, distorted but unmistakably the same one she had heard in the basement. "Find the circle, Claudia. The answers are waiting." The message ended abruptly, leaving Claudia standing in the middle of the street, her breath visible in the cold air. She knew what she had to do. The gallery wasn't just the key to the past, it was the key to everything. And she was going back. The morning after the mysterious voicemail, Claudia could barely focus. Her dreams had been plagued by fragmented images, an endless hallway, the black circle and cross symbol glowing on ancient stone walls, and the haunting sound of her name whispered from every direction. The lines between reality and her subconscious had begun to blur, leaving her questioning everything. Her eyes flicked to the clock. It was barely 7 a.m., but she was already dressed and pacing around her apartment. The gallery was calling to her again, an irresistible force she could no longer ignore. Despite Berger's warning, something told her that waiting was more dangerous than acting. With a determined breath, Claudia grabbed her coat and keys. Answers wouldn't come to those who stayed hidden. The sky was overcast, casting the city in a muted gray as she made her way back to the Academy Gallery. The streets were nearly empty, the cold biting at her face. When she arrived, the building looked as it always did, ordinary, unassuming. But Claudia knew better. Beneath its polished facade lay secrets waiting to be unearthed. Unlocking the door, she stepped inside. The air was colder than usual, carrying with it a faint metallic scent that sent a shiver down her spine. She locked the door behind her, the echo of the latch clicking into place amplifying the eerie silence. The main gallery was bathed in a dim light, the morning sun barely penetrating the high windows. Claudia stood in the center of the room, her eyes scanning the familiar surroundings. This time, she wasn't here to admire the art, she was here to confront the unknown. Her footsteps echoed as she made her way to the east wing, where the entrance to the basement was hidden behind an unmarked door. She hesitated for a moment, her pulse quickening, before pushing it open. The door groaned on its hinges, revealing the narrow staircase leading down into darkness. Each step creaked beneath her weight, the air growing colder and heavier with every descent. At the bottom, the basement stretched out before her, a cavernous space filled with forgotten relics of past exhibitions. Dust clung to the air, illuminated by a single flickering bulb hanging from the ceiling. The machine stood in the center of the room, just as she remembered it, silent, ominous, and ancient. Its brass gears and intricate mechanisms seemed almost alive, as though they had been waiting for her return. Claudia approached cautiously, her breath visible in the frigid air. She ran her fingers along the cold metal surface, tracing the strange symbols etched into its frame. They looked like a combination of mathematical equations and alchemical sigils, both scientific and mystical at once. A faint hum filled the air, so soft it was almost imperceptible. Claudia froze, her heart racing. The machine was on. How is that possible? She whispered to herself. She had left it powered down, hadn't she? A sudden flash of light burst from the machine's core, illuminating the basement with an otherworldly glow. Claudia stumbled back, shielding her eyes. When the light faded, the hum grew louder, and the machine began to move, its gears turning with an unsettling precision. The room seemed to shift around her, the walls bending and twisting in impossible ways. Claudia blinked, her vision swimming. For a moment, she felt as though she were floating, untethered from time and space. And then, just as suddenly as it had started, the machine stopped. The hum faded, leaving only silence in its wake. Claudia's breathing was ragged. She gripped the edge of a nearby table, trying to steady herself. What had just happened? Had she activated the machine, or had it activated itself? Her thoughts were interrupted by a soft sound, a whisper barely audible, coming from the far corner of the basement. Claudia, her blood ran cold. It was the same voice from the voicemail, the same voice she had heard before. She turned slowly, her eyes scanning the darkness. "Who's there?" she called out, her voice trembling. No response, only the lingering echo of her own voice. Claudia took a tentative step forward, her heart hammering in her chest. The whisper came again, this time clearer, more insistent. "Find the circle." Her eyes locked onto the far wall. At first, it appeared to be nothing more than an old brick surface, but as she moved closer, she noticed something strange. An outline etched into the stone, faint but unmistakable. It was the symbol, a circle with a cross through the middle. Without thinking, Claudia pressed her hand against the symbol. The stone was cool beneath her touch, but something stirred beneath it, a mechanism clicking into place. The wall groaned, sliding open to reveal a hidden passageway shrouded in darkness. Claudia hesitated, every instinct screaming at her to turn back. But curiosity and the need for answers outweighed her fear. She stepped into the passage, her footsteps echoing in the narrow corridor. The air was damp and thick with the scent of earth and decay. The passage twisted and turned, leading her deeper into the labyrinth beneath the gallery. Strange symbols marked the walls, glowing faintly in the darkness, guiding her forward. After what felt like an eternity, the passage opened into a vast underground chamber. The ceiling stretched high above her, supported by ancient stone pillars. In the center of the room was a circular platform, surrounded by intricate carvings that pulsed with a soft, golden light. Claudia approached the platform, her eyes wide. The carvings depicted scenes she couldn't comprehend, figures moving through time, slipping between different realities, their faces obscured by shadows. In the center of the platform lay a book, its cover bound in worn leather, marked with the same symbol that had haunted her for days. Claudia reached out, her fingers trembling as she touched it. The moment her hand made contact, a surge of energy shot through her, and the world around her dissolved into a blinding light. When the light faded, Claudia found herself standing in the middle of the gallery's main hall. Everything looked the same, yet something felt wrong. The paintings on the walls were different, slightly altered, as though they depicted an alternate version of reality. The air buzzed with an unfamiliar energy, and outside the windows, the city looked darker, its skyline warped and twisted. Claudia's phone buzzed in her pocket. She pulled it out, her hands shaking. The screen displayed a single notification. One new message from unknown number. Her breath caught in her throat as she opened it. "Welcome back, Claudia. Time is running out." The ground shifted beneath her feet as the weight of those words sank in. She wasn't just unraveling the past, she was becoming part of it. And whatever she had just unlocked, it was far from over. For a few moments, Claudia stood frozen in the gallery, her mind struggling to reconcile what her eyes were seeing. The paintings that had once been familiar now seemed distorted, their subjects subtly altered. The once cheerful portrait of Vienna's bustling market square was now cloaked in shadows, the figures in the background blurred and indistinct. Another painting, depicting a serene riverside scene, showed the river stained red, with dark shapes lurking beneath its surface. She tried to shake off the overwhelming sense of wrongness. "It's just your imagination," she told herself, though deep down she knew that wasn't true. Whatever had happened in the basement, it had changed something fundamental about the world around her. Claudia's phone buzzed again, snapping her back to the present. She glanced at the screen. Another message from the same unknown number. "Follow the signs. Trust no one." Her pulse quickened. She spun around, scanning the gallery for any sign of life. The place was still empty, eerily quiet except for the faint hum of the heating system. But the message made one thing clear: someone was watching her. Her eyes fell on a painting in the far corner of the room, one she hadn't noticed before. It was large, almost mural-sized, and depicted an ancient city bathed in twilight. At the center of the painting was a tall stone structure, a tower with a circular window near its peak. Beneath the tower, a crowd of hooded figures stood in a perfect circle, their faces obscured. A chill ran down her spine as she realized the symbol etched into the stone wall in the basement was carved into the tower's circular window. The same symbol, over and over. What does it mean? Before she could ponder further, a noise echoed from the direction of the basement, a soft, rhythmic tapping like footsteps. Claudia's blood ran cold. She hadn't closed the hidden passage. The footsteps grew louder, more deliberate, as if whoever, or whatever, was down there wanted her to know they were coming. Claudia's instincts screamed at her to run, but curiosity and fear rooted her in place. She backed toward the gallery entrance, her eyes never leaving the doorway to the east wing. Suddenly, the tapping stopped. Silence. Then, a figure emerged from the shadows of the east wing. It was Inspector Thomas Berger. His face was calm, unreadable, but his eyes seemed colder than before. Claudia exhaled in relief, though something about his presence felt off. "Inspector," she said, trying to steady her voice. "What are you doing here?" Berger took a few steps toward her, his polished shoes tapping softly against the marble floor. "I could ask you the same thing, Frau Reinhardt. Why are you here so early?" Claudia hesitated. She could tell him about the machine, the hidden passage, the strange messages, but something held her back. The warning from the text flashed through her mind. Trust no one. "I couldn't sleep," she said carefully. "I needed to check something for my research." Berger raised an eyebrow, his gaze drifting toward the painting of the ancient city. "Research. Interesting." For a moment, neither of them spoke. The air between them was thick with unspoken tension. "Have you remembered anything unusual about the gallery?" Berger asked finally, his tone deceptively casual. "Anything that might help with our investigation?" Claudia shook her head. "No, not yet." He studied her for a long moment before nodding. "If you do, you'll let me know immediately, won't you?" "Of course," she replied, forcing a smile. Berger's eyes lingered on her for a second longer than necessary. Then, without another word, he turned and walked toward the exit. Claudia watched him go, her heart pounding in her chest. As soon as he was out of sight, she let out a shaky breath. Something about that encounter felt wrong. Berger had been too calm, too controlled, almost as if he already knew what she was hiding. Her thoughts raced. He must have been in the basement before I arrived. But why? And how much does he know? Her phone buzzed again. "He's not who you think he is. Get out now." A jolt of adrenaline shot through her. She didn't need to be told twice. Grabbing her bag, Claudia made a beeline for the exit. Once outside, she didn't stop walking until she was several blocks away, her breath coming in ragged gasps. The streets were beginning to fill with morning commuters, their faces oblivious to the strange, shifting reality around them. For a brief moment, Claudia envied their ignorance. She ducked into a quiet cafe and ordered a coffee, her hands still trembling. As she sat down at a corner table, she opened her phone again and scrolled through her messages. The latest one was particularly chilling. "He's watching you. Don't go home." Claudia's blood ran cold. The text wasn't from the same unknown number as before. It was from her own number. Her heart stopped for a split second. How is that possible? The message disappeared from her screen, just as quickly as it had appeared. Claudia gripped her phone tightly, her mind racing. She couldn't go home, not yet. She needed answers, and there was only one place left to turn. The National Archives of Vienna were housed in an imposing neoclassical building near the city center. Claudia had visited them before for research, but never with such a sense of urgency. If there was any record of the machine or the symbol, it would be here. The interior of the archives was a labyrinth of towering shelves and dimly lit reading rooms. Claudia approached the front desk, where a bespectacled clerk greeted her with a polite nod. I'm looking for information on an ancient symbol, she said, sketching the circle with the cross in the center on a piece of paper. It may be related to an artifact from the late 19th century. The clerk frowned, adjusting his glasses as he studied the drawing. That's an unusual request, he said slowly. Give me a moment. He disappeared into the back room, leaving Claudia alone in the dimly lit lobby. Minutes stretched into an eternity before he returned, carrying a thick, leather-bound ledger. This might help, he said, placing it on the counter. It's a collection of symbols and secret societies documented in Vienna's history. But be careful, many of these groups were dangerous, and their records are incomplete for a reason. Claudia nodded, her fingers trembling as she opened the ledger. The pages were filled with strange symbols, ancient illustrations, and cryptic descriptions. Then she found it, the circle with the cross. Next to it was a name, Das Christer Zeit, the Circle of Time. Her eyes widened as she read the description. The Circle of Time was an ancient order dedicated to the manipulation of reality and time itself. According to the text, they believed time was not linear, but a vast web of possibilities that could be bent and reshaped. Her pulse quickened as she read further. The machine she had found in the basement was mentioned in the ledger, a device known as the Gate, capable of opening pathways between different timelines. Claudia's hands shook. If the ledger was to be believed, the Gate wasn't just a machine, it was a portal. And someone had activated it. Her phone buzzed again. Time is breaking. You have to stop it. Claudia looked around, her heart hammering. The walls of the archive seemed to shimmer for a brief moment, like a mirage. The air grew thick, pressing down on her. The timelines were unraveling. And if she didn't act fast, reality itself would collapse. Claudia clutched the ledger tightly as she fled the archives, her mind a whirlwind of questions and fear. The words "the Circle of Time" echoed in her head, accompanied by the stark warning in her last message. Time is breaking. You have to stop it. Her breath was visible in the cold morning air as she hurried down the street, blending into the growing crowd. Each step felt heavier, weighed down by the terrible knowledge she now carried. If the ancient order had truly mastered the manipulation of time, then Vienna itself could be trapped in a web of collapsing timelines, and she was somehow at the center of it. But why me? She wondered. She was just an art historian, not a physicist or a time-traveling scholar. What had she seen, or done, that marked her for this nightmare? The ledger had mentioned one crucial detail, a hidden chapter in Vienna's history, involving several unexplained disappearances in 1896. Witnesses had described strange phenomena, shifting buildings, objects vanishing and reappearing, and people who claimed to remember events that had never occurred. Claudia stopped abruptly, catching her reflection in a shop window. For a moment, her image seemed to flicker, like a film caught between two frames, before snapping back to normal. She stumbled backward, heart racing. Time is breaking. Suddenly, she knew where she had to go, back to the Academy Gallery. If there were answers to be found, they were hidden in that painting, the one depicting the dark alley and the mysterious tower. The Academy Gallery was eerily quiet when Claudia arrived. She unlocked the door and slipped inside, the familiar smell of varnish and old wood greeting her. The main hall was dimly lit, the paintings watching silently from their frames as if they were waiting for her. Her footsteps echoed as she made her way to the east wing, where the painting of the ancient city hung. It seemed larger than before, almost oppressive in its detail. The tower loomed in the center, its circular window glowing faintly, like a portal to another world. Claudia stepped closer, her eyes drawn to the shadowy figures at the base of the tower. There was something different about them now. One of the figures was no longer obscured. Its face was clearer, familiar. Her breath caught in her throat. It was her. The figure in the painting was a perfect likeness of her, standing at the base of the tower, looking up at the circular window. "What the hell?" Claudia whispered, her hand trembling as she reached out to touch the painting. The surface was cold, almost wet, beneath her fingertips. A strange sensation washed over her, a pull, like a tide drawing her in. The world around her seemed to blur and dissolve, colors swirling together until they became a whirlpool of light and shadow. Suddenly, the floor dropped away beneath her, and Claudia was falling through a void of fractured images and memories. She saw flashes of her own life, distorted and twisted. Herself in different timelines, living different lives, some familiar and others utterly foreign. Then, just as abruptly, she landed with a thud on solid ground. Claudia opened her eyes, gasping for breath. She was no longer in the gallery. She was standing in the middle of the dark alley from the painting. The air was thick with fog, and the buildings loomed like silent sentinels. The alley stretched endlessly in both directions, the ground slick with rainwater. The only light came from the circular window of the tower ahead, glowing softly in the darkness. Claudia's heart raced as she took a tentative step forward. The tower seemed impossibly tall, its stones worn with age. The symbol, the circle with the cross, was carved into the archway above the entrance. Her phone buzzed again. She pulled it out with trembling hands. "You're close. Find the truth inside the tower." Claudia hesitated for a moment, then pushed open the heavy wooden door. The interior of the tower was a labyrinth of stone staircases and winding corridors. Claudia's footsteps echoed in the emptiness as she climbed higher and higher, her pulse quickening with each step. The walls were covered in ancient symbols, their meaning lost to time. At last, she reached the top, a circular chamber bathed in an eerie blue light. In the center of the room stood the gate, the machine she had found in the basement of the gallery. But this version of the machine was far more elaborate. It towered over her, its metallic frame humming softly with energy. Strange, glowing symbols danced across its surface, and the air around it seemed to shimmer and warp. A figure stood next to the machine, waiting for her. "Welcome, Claudia," said the man, his voice calm and familiar. "I've been expecting you." Claudia froze. "Burger?" The man smiled, but it wasn't Burger. At least, not the Burger she knew. His eyes were colder, his features sharper, almost like a distorted version of the inspector. "I see you've figured out some of the truth," he said, stepping closer. "But you're far from understanding the full picture." Claudia took a step back, her eyes darting between the man and the machine. "What is this place? What's happening to me?" "You're standing at the nexus of time," Burger said, gesturing to the machine. "This tower is the anchor point for countless realities. Every timeline converges here. And you, Claudia, you're the key to controlling them." "Me?" Claudia shook her head. "That's impossible. I'm just an art historian." "Not in every timeline," Burger said with a smirk. "In some, you're far more than that. You've been here before many times. You just don't remember." Claudia's head spun. Memories flashed through her mind, fragments of lives she had never lived, yet somehow knew. "Why me?" she whispered. "Because you're special," Burger said. "You have the ability to move between timelines, to reshape reality. The circle of time has been searching for someone like you for centuries." Claudia's breath caught. "The circle of time, they're behind all of this?" Burger nodded. "And now, they want you to fulfill your destiny. But first, you must make a choice." He gestured to the gate. "Step through the portal, and you'll unlock the full extent of your power. You'll see every timeline, every possibility. Or, you can walk away, return to your ordinary life, forget everything you've seen. But know this, if you leave, time will continue to unravel. The cracks will spread, and soon, there won't be anything left to save." Claudia stared at the machine, her heart pounding. The weight of the decision pressed down on her, like a physical force. What was the right choice? Step into the unknown and risk everything, or walk away and leave the fate of reality in the hands of a secretive, ancient order? She took a deep breath, her mind racing, and then she made her decision. Claudia's heart pounded as she stood before the gate. The machine's metallic frame pulsed with an almost hypnotic rhythm, its symbols glowing brighter with every second. The air seemed to vibrate, thick with energy and possibility. The portal whispered to her in ways beyond sound, tempting her with promises of answers, power, and truth. Behind her, Burger, or the distorted version of him, waited silently, his gaze fixed on her. His eyes burned with a strange intensity, both expectant and calculating. "Time is collapsing," he said, his voice low but commanding. "If you hesitate much longer, it may be too late. Step through, Claudia. Embrace your destiny." Her fingers trembled as she reached toward the portal's swirling surface, the blue light dancing across her skin. Every instinct screamed for her to stop, to turn back. But something deeper, something primal, urged her forward. She needed answers. She took a deep breath and stepped into the gate. For a moment, there was nothing but darkness. Then light exploded around her, fractured images and overlapping sounds, like 1,000 lives colliding at once. Claudia felt herself being pulled through time and space, her body weightless and unbound. She saw flashes of alternate realities, each one more surreal than the last. Vienna in flames, its streets overrun by chaos, familiar buildings crumbling into ash. A future Vienna, sleek and modern, where the sky was filled with strange, glowing machines. A timeless Vienna, trapped in an endless loop, where people repeated the same moments over and over like actors in a broken play. Claudia tumbled through the stream of possibilities, struggling to hold on to herself, to her identity. Her memories blurred and twisted, past and present merging in ways that made no sense. Then, just as suddenly as it had begun, the whirlwind stopped. Claudia collapsed onto cold stone, gasping for air. She was back in the circular chamber atop the tower, but something was different. The light was dimmer, the walls cracked and covered in vines. Dust hung in the air, undisturbed for what looked like years. The machine stood silent and dark, its power spent. How much time had passed? "Welcome back." The voice startled her. Claudia turned sharply to see a woman standing in the shadows, a tall, imposing figure with striking silver hair and piercing green eyes. She wore a long black coat, and an ancient symbol, the same one from the tower, hung around her neck. "You've been gone longer than you realize," the woman said, stepping closer. "We've been waiting for you to return." "Who are you?" Claudia asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "My name is Helena," the woman replied. "I'm one of the keepers of time. And you're more important than you can possibly imagine." Claudia struggled to her feet, her mind racing. "What do you mean? What happened? How long have I been gone?" "Long enough for the cracks to spread," Helena said grimly. "The circle of time has fractured reality beyond repair. Their experiments with time manipulation have created overlapping timelines, each one bleeding into the next. If we don't act soon, they'll all collapse." "And Berger?" Claudia asked. "He told me to step into the portal. He said I was the key." "Berger was never who you thought he was," Helena said, her eyes narrowing. "He's a time phantom, an echo of a man who existed in countless timelines but never belonged to any. He's been manipulating you from the start, leading you here for his own purposes." Claudia's head spun. "So I'm just a pawn in his game?" "No," Helena said firmly. "You're more than that. You have a unique connection to time. You're one of the few who can stabilize it. That's why they've been after you, because you have the power to undo everything they've done." "How?" Claudia asked, desperation creeping into her voice. Helena gestured toward the machine. "The gate can be repaired. If you recalibrate it, you can return to the moment when this all began and prevent the fractures from ever forming. But it won't be easy. The circle will try to stop you at every turn." Claudia stared at the machine, its dormant frame looming in the dim light. She had come this far, crossed into the unknown and survived. She couldn't turn back now. "Then let's fix it," she said, determination hardening her voice. Helena nodded. "Follow me. There's much to prepare." The next few hours passed in a blur. Claudia and Helena worked tirelessly to reactivate the machine, adjusting ancient mechanisms and deciphering long-forgotten codes. Helena explained more about the circle's dark history, how they had once been a group of scholars seeking to understand time, but their ambitions had corrupted them, turning them into something far more dangerous. "They thought they could control time," Helena said, tightening a valve on the machine. "But time isn't something you control. It's a force, a living thing, and when you try to bend it to your will, it pushes back." Claudia nodded, sweat beading on her forehead as she connected a series of glowing wires. The machine began to hum softly, its symbols flickering back to life. "We're close," Helena said, "but there's one final step. You'll have to step through again and find the origin point, the moment when the first fracture occurred. If you can stop it, everything will reset. And if I fail?" Helena's expression darkened. "Then time itself will unravel, and every reality will collapse into chaos." Claudia swallowed hard. There was no turning back. "I'm ready," she said. The machine roared to life, its energy filling the room with blinding light. Claudia stepped toward the portal, her heart pounding. "Find the origin point," Helena called out over the noise. "Trust your instincts. You'll know it when you see it." Claudia took a deep breath and stepped into the portal once more. The world dissolved around her, and she was falling again, falling through time and space, her body weightless and unbound. But this time, she knew what she was looking for. She focused on the fractures, the cracks in reality that had led her here. The images swirled around her, timelines and possibilities, all connected by a single thread. And then she saw it. The origin point. A moment frozen in time, glowing with an otherworldly light. Claudia reached out, her fingers brushing against the edge of the moment, and everything went white. Time stood still. The moment Claudia touched the glowing thread of the origin point, her senses exploded. She saw herself splintered across countless versions of reality, each one slightly different yet connected to this single moment in time. The world reassembled itself around her, and she found herself in Vienna once more. But something was wrong. The air felt thick, charged with a strange, electric hum. The sky was a bruised shade of purple, swirling with dark clouds that seemed frozen mid-motion. Shadows flickered unnaturally across the cobblestone streets, like ghosts caught in an endless loop. Claudia stood in the middle of the square near the Academy Gallery, the same place where everything had begun. But the city was eerily silent. No people, no movement, just the strange hum filling the air. A clock tower loomed in the distance, its hands spinning wildly, faster than they should. This is the moment, she realized. The first fracture. She moved cautiously, her footsteps echoing in the emptiness. Her eyes scanned the street, searching for anything out of place. If she could find the exact cause of the fracture, maybe, just maybe, she could stop it before it spread. Then she saw it. A man stood at the entrance of the Academy Gallery, his back to her. He wore a long black coat and a dark hat that cast his face in shadow. Something about him seemed familiar, yet disturbingly wrong. "Hey!" Claudia called, her voice trembling but firm. The man didn't respond. Instead, he stepped into the gallery without a word. Claudia hesitated, her pulse quickening. She had no choice. She had to follow him. The gallery was dark, the air cold and heavy. Claudia's breath came in short gasps as she moved through the shadowy halls. Paintings hung on the walls, but their subjects seemed to shift and blur as she passed, as if the fractures were warping even the art itself. At the end of the hall, she found the man standing in front of a massive painting, the same painting of the dark alley that had haunted her since this all began. "You're too late," the man said without turning around. His voice was deep and resonant, with an unsettling echo. "The fracture has already taken root." Claudia clenched her fists. "Who are you? Why are you doing this?" The man finally turned to face her, and Claudia's blood ran cold. It was Berger. Or at least, it was a version of him. A twisted, older version with deep lines etched into his face and eyes that burned with an otherworldly light. His presence radiated power, and the air seemed to ripple around him. "You still don't understand, do you?" Berger said, a faint smile curling at the corners of his lips. "I've been guiding you here from the beginning. This moment is inevitable. You were always meant to return to the origin point." Claudia shook her head, backing away. "No, you manipulated me. You lied to me." "I revealed the truth," Berger countered. "You've seen it yourself, the fractures, the overlapping timelines. The world is broken, Claudia, and you are the only one who can fix it. But to do that, you must destroy the origin point." Claudia glanced at the painting, her heart racing. "You mean destroy the past?" "Not just the past," Berger said, his voice soft but dangerous. "You must collapse this timeline completely. It's the only way to restore balance." "No," Claudia whispered, shaking her head. "There has to be another way." "There isn't," Berger insisted, stepping closer. "Look around you. Time is unraveling. If you don't act now, everything, every timeline, every reality, will collapse into chaos." Claudia's mind raced. She had come so far, faced so many dangers, and uncovered so many truths. But now, at the most critical moment, she wasn't sure if she could trust herself or anyone else. Destroy the origin point, and everything resets. But at what cost? "I won't let you control me," she said, her voice steady despite the fear in her chest. Berger laughed, a cold and hollow sound. "You think you have a choice? You were always a part of this, Claudia. You can't escape it. You never could." Suddenly, the painting began to glow, its surface rippling like water. Claudia felt an intense pull, as if the painting itself were alive and drawing her in. The entire room trembled, cracks spidering across the floor and walls. Claudia glanced at the portal she had just stepped through, her only way back to her original timeline. If she destroyed the painting, she would never return. But if she didn't, the fractures would consume everything. "Time's up," Berger said, raising his hand. The painting's glow intensified, and the pull became almost unbearable. Claudia closed her eyes, taking a deep breath. "Trust your instincts. You'll know what to do." Helena's words echoed in her mind. When Claudia opened her eyes, a strange calm settled over her. She stepped toward the painting, her hand outstretched. But instead of destroying it, she touched the glowing surface, her fingers sinking into the strange, fluid-like light. A surge of energy shot through her, and suddenly, she was back in the alley, the very alley depicted in the painting. But this time it was real. The alley was narrow and dark, the air damp and cold. Claudia looked around, disoriented but determined. Somewhere in this place, the fracture had begun. And then she saw it, a woman standing at the far end of the alley, her face hidden by shadows. The woman turned slowly, and Claudia gasped. It was herself. The other Claudia stared back at her, a mixture of fear and confusion on her face. The two versions of her locked eyes, and in that instant, Claudia understood the truth. The fracture had begun the moment she had seen herself in this alley. Two versions of the same person occupying the same moment in time. It had created a paradox, a ripple that had spread outward, fracturing reality. The only way to fix it was to break the loop. "I'm sorry," Claudia whispered, stepping closer. Her other self nodded, understanding without words. With a deep breath, Claudia reached out and took her own hand. The moment their fingers touched, the world shattered like glass. For a fleeting second, there was nothing but light, pure, blinding light. Then silence. Claudia found herself lying on the cold pavement, her body aching. She sat up slowly, blinking against the bright morning sun. The city was alive again, bustling with people, cars, and the sounds of everyday life. The fractures were gone. It was over. But something felt different. Claudia stood, taking in her surroundings. The Academy gallery was there, just as it had always been. But the painting, the one that had haunted her, was gone. A familiar voice called out behind her. "Frau Reinhardt?" Claudia turned to see Inspector Berger, the real Berger, standing on the sidewalk with a puzzled expression. "Are you all right?" he asked. "You look like you've seen a ghost." Claudia smiled faintly, a strange sense of peace washing over her. "In a way I have," she said. Berger frowned but said nothing more. Claudia looked up at the sky, the clouds drifting lazily in the morning light. For the first time in what felt like forever, the world felt whole. But deep down, she knew this wasn't the end. Time was fragile, always shifting, always vulnerable. And somewhere, in some other timeline, the shadows were waiting to return. Vienna basked in the soft light of a new dawn, its streets alive with the hum of daily life. People hurried along sidewalks, shopkeepers arranged fresh pastries in their windows, and cyclists weaved through traffic with practiced ease. To anyone else, it was just another morning. For Claudia Reinhardt, it was anything but ordinary. She sat at her favorite cafe on Lurchenfelder Strasse, a steaming cup of coffee in her hands, trying to process everything that had happened. The fractures, the painting, the loop, all of it felt like a half-remembered nightmare. Yet, the lingering ache in her body and the raw clarity in her mind told her it had been real. The origin point was gone, and the timeline had reset. But not everything had returned to normal. Her eyes drifted across the cafe, scanning faces. Most were familiar, but there was a strange dissonance in her perception, like a melody slightly out of tune. The barista, for instance, wore the same friendly smile she always had, but her eyes seemed to flicker with brief recognition, as if she, too, were on the edge of remembering something long forgotten. Claudia tapped her fingers on the table, her thoughts racing. Berger, the real Berger, hadn't mentioned the painting, the gallery, or the mysterious letters. As far as he knew, none of it had ever happened. Yet, Claudia couldn't shake the feeling that some part of that fractured timeline had bled into this one. Later that afternoon, Claudia returned to the Academy gallery. The building looked exactly as it always had, unassuming, with its worn stone facade and tall windows. But the air around it felt heavier, charged with an invisible tension. Inside, the gallery was bathed in golden light. Visitors moved from exhibit to exhibit, their hushed voices blending with the creak of wooden floors. Claudia walked through the halls slowly, her eyes lingering on each painting, searching for any trace of what had been. But the painting, the dark alley, the shadowy figure, was gone. Not just removed from the wall, but as if it had never existed at all. "Looking for something?" a voice asked from behind her. Claudia turned, startled. A man stood there, a curator she didn't recognize. He was tall and slender, with salt and pepper hair and sharp blue eyes that seemed to see right through her. "No," Claudia said quickly, forcing a smile. "Just admiring the collection." The man nodded, his gaze never leaving her. "The gallery holds many secrets," he said, his tone casual but weighted with meaning. "Sometimes the art tells stories we're not ready to hear." Claudia felt a chill crawl up her spine. "I'm sorry, do we know each other?" "Not yet," the man said, offering a faint smile. "But I know you, Frau Reinhardt. You're an art historian, a seeker of hidden truths." He paused, his eyes narrowing. "And you've seen the cracks, haven't you?" Claudia's breath caught. "What are you talking about?" The man leaned in closer. "Time doesn't heal as easily as you think. The fractures may have been sealed, but they leave residue, imprints on reality. Little things, glimpses, a memory you can't quite place, a person you think you recognize but don't know. You've felt it, haven't you? Claudia took a step back, her heart pounding. Who are you? Just a caretaker of forgotten things, the man said cryptically, and someone who knows that the fractures never truly disappear. They only sleep until someone wakes them. He turned and walked away, disappearing into the crowd before Claudia could stop him. That night, Claudia couldn't sleep. She sat at her desk, surrounded by stacks of art catalogs and photographs from the gallery. Her eyes kept returning to a photograph taken weeks earlier, a wide shot of the gallery's east wing. At first glance, it seemed unremarkable, but there, in the far corner of the frame, was the shadowy figure from the painting. Her hands trembled as she traced the outline with her finger. It's still here, she realized, hiding in plain sight. A knock at her door jolted her from her thoughts. Claudia hesitated, her pulse quickening. It was nearly midnight, too late for visitors. Slowly, she approached the door and peered through the peephole. No one was there, but when she opened the door, a black envelope lay on the floor. Her heart sank as she picked it up. The paper felt cold against her fingertips, and her name was written in the same elegant script as before. With trembling hands, she opened it. The message inside was brief but chilling. The cycle is never truly broken. Beware the watchers. The room seemed to tilt around her, her vision swimming. Claudia gripped the edge of the table to steady herself. The watchers? She had heard the term before, whispered in fragmented conversations and half-forgotten dreams during the fractures. Whoever, or whatever, they had survived the reset. The air in the room grew colder. The shadows seemed to stretch and ripple along the walls, and Claudia felt an overwhelming sense of being watched. Her phone buzzed on the table, snapping her back to reality. It was a text message from an unknown number. Meet me at the alley. Midnight. Bring the letter. You'll find the answers there. Claudia stared at the message, her mind racing. Was it a trap, or was it her only chance to understand what was happening? She glanced at the clock. It was 11:45 p.m. Without another thought, she grabbed her coat, the black envelope clutched tightly in her hand. The alley was exactly as she remembered it, narrow, dark, and suffused with a suffocating stillness. The street lamp flickered weakly, casting long shadows that seemed to writhe along the walls. Claudia stood at the entrance, her breath visible in the cold night air. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, a figure stepped out of the darkness. It was the man from the gallery, the one with the sharp blue eyes. You came, he said, his voice calm and steady. I want answers, Claudia said, holding up the black envelope. Who are the watchers? What do they want from me? The man's expression darkened. The watchers are guardians of the fractures, ancient beings bound to the flow of time. They've existed for centuries, ensuring that no timeline is tampered with. But when you touched the origin point, you became part of their world. They're watching you now because they believe you're a threat. A threat? Claudia whispered. I was just trying to fix what was broken. Intent doesn't matter to them, the man said. All they see is someone who crossed a line that should never have been crossed. You've become an anomaly, Claudia. A living fracture. Claudia felt the ground sway beneath her. So what do I do? The man hesitated, his eyes filled with a strange mix of pity and admiration. There's a way to sever their connection to you, to free yourself from their gaze. But it's dangerous. Once you start, there's no turning back. Claudia straightened, determination hardening in her chest. Tell me what I have to do. The man nodded. Very well. But remember this, you may survive, but you'll never be the same. The fractures leave their mark, even if you can't see it. He reached into his coat and handed her a small, silver key. This will open the door to their world, he said. When you're ready, you'll know where to use it. Claudia took the key, its weight heavier than it should have been. For the first time in weeks, she felt something close to hope. But deep down, she knew the journey was far from over. The watchers were waiting, and the real fight was just beginning. The silver key felt cold and unfamiliar in Claudia's hand, its strange weight pressing down on her like a warning. It wasn't an ordinary key. Its intricate engravings seemed almost alive, shifting in the dim light as if whispering secrets only it knew. She held it up to the street lamp, her breath hitching at the sight of unfamiliar symbols carved along its length. What had the man meant by, "You'll know where to use it"? The streets of Vienna felt strange, each alleyway a corridor to something hidden. Even familiar landmarks appeared altered, as if viewed through a distorted lens. For the first time, Claudia noticed how the shadows seemed longer, deeper, like they led somewhere beyond the physical world. By the time she reached her apartment, her head swirled with questions. She placed the key on her desk and leaned back in her chair, staring at it. Then she noticed something odd. The key was vibrating, faintly at first, then more insistently, as though reacting to an unseen force. The temperature in the room dropped sharply. Claudia's breath fogged the air, and the shadows around her seemed to quiver and shift. A sudden knock at her window made her jump. She turned, heart pounding. Standing on the fire escape was a woman, her face partially hidden beneath a hood. Her eyes locked on Claudia's with an urgency that sent a chill down her spine. The woman motioned for her to open the window. Claudia hesitated for a heartbeat, then unlatched the window and pulled it open. "Close the curtains," the woman said in a hurried whisper, glancing behind her. "They're watching." Claudia did as she was told. "Who are you?" "My name is Elena," the woman said, pulling back her hood. Her face was gaunt, her eyes dark with exhaustion. "I've been running from the Watchers for years. I heard about you. You touched the origin point, didn't you?" Claudia nodded, her pulse quickening. "How do you know about that?" Elena exhaled slowly. "Because I did the same thing. Years ago. The Watchers have been hunting me ever since." Claudia's breath caught in her throat. "Hunting you? Why?" "Because once you've seen beyond the veil, you're a threat to their control. You can disrupt the timeline, expose their existence." Elena pointed to the silver key on the desk. "That key, it's a doorway. It will take you into their domain, the place where time fractures are born. But it's dangerous. If you enter, they'll know, and they won't let you leave easily." Claudia stared at the key, her mind racing. "Why would that man give it to me if it's so dangerous?" "Because it's the only way to end this," Elena said. "The key will lead you to the heart of the fracture. If you destroy it, the Watchers will lose their power over you. They won't be able to track you anymore." Claudia's hands trembled. "How do I know I can trust you?" "You don't," Elena said with a sad smile. "But what choice do you have?" Later that night, Claudia found herself standing in front of an old, forgotten building in the heart of Vienna's second district. It was a place she had never noticed before, despite its size, a towering structure with crumbling stone walls and windows that stared out like hollow eyes. The key in her pocket vibrated again, more intensely this time. She knew she was in the right place. The door was ancient, its wood warped with age. Claudia inserted the key into the lock, and with a soft click, the door swung open. Beyond was darkness, thick and impenetrable. It wasn't the darkness of night, but something far deeper, as if the world itself had ceased to exist beyond that threshold. Claudia took a deep breath and stepped inside. The air was thick and heavy, carrying a strange, metallic scent. The walls seemed to pulse, as if the building itself was alive. Claudia moved cautiously, her footsteps muffled by the strange, spongy surface beneath her feet. Dim lights flickered overhead, revealing glimpses of the space around her. It was a labyrinth, an endless series of corridors that twisted and looped back on themselves in impossible ways. Time felt fluid here, moments slipping past her like water through her fingers. As she moved deeper into the maze, she began to hear whispers, soft, indistinct voices that seemed to come from all around her. She doesn't belong here. The anomaly returns. She must be corrected. Claudia quickened her pace, her pulse racing. The corridors grew narrower, the walls pressing in on her like a living thing. Then she saw them. The Watchers. They stood at the far end of the corridor, tall, faceless figures cloaked in darkness, their eyes glowing with an eerie, silver light. They moved silently, gliding across the floor without taking a step. Claudia froze, her breath caught in her throat. One of them raised a hand, and the shadows around her shifted, converging toward her like a tidal wave. Claudia turned and ran. Her footsteps echoed in the labyrinth as she sprinted through the twisting corridors, her heart pounding in her chest. The Watchers were close behind, their presence pressing down on her like a suffocating weight. She rounded a corner and skidded to a halt. Before her stood a massive door, its surface etched with the same symbols as the key. The heart of the fracture. Claudia fumbled for the key, her hands shaking. Behind her, the air seemed to ripple as the Watchers closed in. With a desperate cry, she thrust the key into the lock and turned it. The door swung open, revealing a swirling vortex of light and shadow, a maelstrom of fractured time and forgotten moments. The air hummed with power, and Claudia felt it pulling at her, tugging her toward the center of the storm. She took a step forward, the pull growing stronger with each passing second. "Destroy it," Elena had said. "End this." Claudia clenched her fists, steeling herself. She stepped into the vortex, the light swallowing her whole. Time unraveled around her, past and present colliding in a chaotic dance. Memories flashed before her eyes, her childhood, her years at university, the moment she touched the origin point. Each memory felt like a thread, and Claudia could feel the watchers pulling at them, trying to unravel her existence. But she wouldn't let them. With a cry of defiance, Claudia reached for the core of the vortex, a glowing orb suspended in the heart of the storm. The moment her fingers touched it, a surge of energy shot through her, nearly knocking her off her feet. The watchers screamed, a high, keening sound that seemed to shake the very fabric of reality. Claudia gritted her teeth and tightened her grip on the orb. "No more," she whispered. "This ends now." With all her strength, she tore the orb from its place and hurled it into the void. The vortex collapsed in on itself, the light fading to darkness. And then there was silence. Claudia opened her eyes to find herself lying on the floor of the gallery. The air was still, the room bathed in the soft light of dawn. The watchers were gone. The fractures were gone. She sat up slowly, her body aching, but her mind clearer than it had been in weeks. It was over. For the first time in what felt like an eternity, Claudia felt free. But deep down, she knew the watchers weren't truly gone. They were only waiting for the next anomaly. And when that time came, she would be ready. The world had shifted in subtle but unmistakable ways. Although Claudia found herself back in the familiar confines of the Academy Gallery, the air felt different, heavier, and charged with a strange, lingering energy. The vortex was gone, but its presence had left an invisible scar on reality, one that Claudia could feel with every breath she took. The gallery was empty, the paintings watching her in eerie silence. Claudia rose to her feet, her legs trembling beneath her. The silver key lay on the floor beside her, its once brilliant carvings now blackened, as if scorched. She bent down to pick it up, but the moment her fingers touched the metal, a searing jolt shot up her arm. Claudia gasped, pulling her hand back, her fingertips burning with an unnatural heat. The key trembled, vibrating violently before it stopped, lifeless once more. A soft voice spoke behind her, low and almost melodic. "Welcome back, Claudia." She whirled around to see a man standing in the doorway of the east wing. He was tall and impeccably dressed in a dark suit, his silver hair catching the faint light. His eyes, an unsettling shade of pale blue, locked onto hers with an intensity that sent a chill down her spine. "I was wondering how long it would take for you to return," the man said, stepping closer. "I suppose congratulations are in order. Not many survived the fracture." Claudia took a cautious step back, her eyes never leaving his. "Who are you?" The man smiled, though it never reached his eyes. "You may call me Elias. I've been watching you for quite some time. You've caused quite a stir among the watchers. They don't like anomalies, you see. But I find them fascinating." Claudia clenched her fists, her heart hammering in her chest. "Are you one of them?" Elias chuckled softly. "No, not quite. I'm something in between. Let's just say I have a vested interest in maintaining the balance. And right now, that balance is precariously close to collapsing, thanks to you." "I didn't ask for any of this," Claudia said, her voice trembling with anger and fear. "I just wanted my life back." "And yet, here you are," Elias replied, his eyes glinting with amusement. "Your life will never be the same, Claudia. You've seen too much, touched too many threads. You can feel it, can't you? The cracks beneath the surface. The way time bends around you now." Claudia swallowed hard, refusing to let him see her fear. "What do you want from me?" "To help you," Elias said simply. "You've become something far more dangerous than you realize. The Watchers will come for you again. It's only a matter of time. But with my guidance, you can control the power you've unlocked. You can bend the fractures to your will, rewrite history if you so desire." Claudia shook her head. "No, I've seen what that kind of power does. It destroys everything it touches." "Only if you let it," Elias countered, his voice dropping to a whisper. "Or you can walk away, return to your little life, pretend none of this ever happened. But the cracks will always be there, waiting to pull you back in. The choice is yours." For a moment, silence hung heavy between them, the weight of his words pressing down on her. Then, without another word, Elias turned and walked toward the shadows, his form dissolving into the darkness. Claudia stood frozen, her mind racing. She couldn't trust him, she knew that much. But his offer echoed in her thoughts, tempting her with its dangerous allure. What if she could control it? What if she could undo the damage, not just for herself, but for everyone the Watchers had touched? The sound of footsteps outside broke her reverie. Claudia hurried to the window and peered through the curtain. 3 men in black suits stood on the street below, their faces turned up toward her window. The Watchers. Claudia's breath caught in her throat. They had found her again. Her phone buzzed on the table, startling her. She grabbed it, her hands shaking. A single message appeared on the screen. Time is running out. Meet me at the Ferris wheel. Midnight. There was no signature, but Claudia knew who had sent it. Elena. Midnight found Claudia standing beneath the massive Ferris wheel at the Prater amusement park. The park was deserted, the rides standing like skeletal sentinels in the dark. The wheel creaked softly in the wind, its lights flickering like dying stars. Elena appeared from the shadows, her face tense and drawn. "They're closing in," she said without preamble. "We don't have much time." Claudia held up the key. It reacted again. "What does it mean?" Elena's eyes darkened. "The fractures are still open. Destroying the heart weakened them, but it didn't close them completely. The watchers are using the remaining cracks to slip through, trying to rebuild their network." "Then how do we stop them?" Claudia asked. Elena hesitated before answering. "There's only one way. You have to return to the origin point. But this time, you'll need to go deeper. Beyond the fractures, into the core of the timeline itself. If you can reach it, you can seal the cracks permanently. But it's risky. No one's ever made it back from the core." Claudia swallowed hard. "What happens if I fail?" Elena looked her straight in the eye. "Then the fractures will consume everything. Time itself will unravel, and the watchers will reign over the ruins." A cold wind swept through the park, carrying with it the scent of rain and something far older, far darker. Claudia clenched her fists, her resolve hardening. "Then we have no choice," she said. "We finish this." Elena nodded, a flicker of admiration in her eyes. "Meet me at the origin point at dawn. Bring the key, and be ready for anything." As Claudia watched Elena disappear into the night, a strange calm settled over her. For the first time in weeks, she felt a sense of purpose. She would face the fractures again. And this time, she wouldn't run. The storm was coming. The fractures were waiting. And Claudia would be ready. The city of Vienna lay in darkness, a heavy silence draping its streets like a funeral shroud. Claudia stood at the entrance of the Academy Gallery, the silver key clutched tightly in her hand. The air was thick, humming with a strange energy that made her skin prickle. This was the origin point, the fracture's epicenter, the place where it had all begun. Elena arrived moments later, her face set with grim determination. She carried a leather-bound journal, its edges frayed with age. "Inside here," she said, holding it up, "are the coordinates to the core of the fracture. We'll need them to navigate once we're inside. Remember, once we pass through, there's no turning back. If we fail to close the fracture, everything we know, time, reality, history, will collapse into chaos." Claudia nodded, her resolve hardening. She had come too far to turn back now. "Let's do this." The gallery doors groaned open, revealing the dimly lit interior. The paintings seemed to watch them with silent judgment as they moved through the hallways. The air grew colder with each step, and the shadows seemed to pulse, alive and waiting. In the center of the east wing, the vortex shimmered into existence once more. The tear in reality spiraled outward, its edges flickering with iridescent light. Claudia could feel its pull, a strange and otherworldly gravity that seemed to tug at her very soul. Elena took her hand. "Whatever you do, don't lose focus. The core will try to disorient you. It will show you things you've forgotten, things you regret. Stay grounded. Remember why we're here." Claudia swallowed hard and stepped into the vortex. The core. The transition was instantaneous and overwhelming. One moment, she was in the gallery. The next, she was standing in an endless expanse of shimmering light. The ground beneath her feet was a mosaic of fractured memories, snapshots of different times and places woven together in a chaotic tapestry. Scenes from her past played out around her like ghostly projections. Her childhood home, her university graduation, late nights at the museum surrounded by ancient artifacts. But beneath each memory lurked something darker, shadowy figures with pale eyes, watching her from the edges of the fractured reality. "Elena!" Claudia called out, her voice echoing strangely. "I'm here." Elena's voice came from somewhere ahead. "The core is close. Follow my voice." Claudia pushed forward, the fractured ground shifting beneath her feet. Each step felt like wading through thick water, and the air was heavy with whispers, fragments of conversations, long-forgotten promises, and haunting regrets. Suddenly, the ground split open before her, revealing a deep chasm filled with swirling darkness. On the other side, Elena stood, the journal open in her hands. "You have to jump," Elena shouted. "Trust me." Claudia hesitated for only a second before she leapt. For a heart-stopping moment, she was weightless, suspended in the void. Then her feet hit solid ground, and Elena caught her arm, steadying her. "We're almost there," Elena said, her eyes scanning the horizon. "The core is just beyond that ridge." The landscape shifted as they climbed the ridge, the fractured memories blending into a swirling storm of light and shadow. At the top, the core lay before them, a massive sphere of energy, its surface crackling with arcs of lightning. Claudia could feel its power, a raw, primal force that seemed to pulse in time with her heartbeat. This was the source of the fractures, the heart of the anomaly. Elena handed Claudia the silver key. "You have to seal it. The key will act as a catalyst, collapsing the fractures and stabilizing the timeline. But once it's done, the vortex will close forever. There's no guarantee we'll survive." Claudia took a deep breath. If it saves everything, saves everyone, it's worth the risk. She stepped toward the core, the key glowing brighter with each step. The energy crackled around her, searing her skin and filling her mind with fragments of forgotten realities. The core pulsed violently, resisting her approach. The ground trembled beneath her, and for a moment, she thought she might be torn apart by the sheer force of it. But she pressed on, her eyes locked on the swirling mass of energy. With a final surge of strength, Claudia plunged the key into the heart of the core. The collapse. The effect was immediate and catastrophic. The core imploded, sending out a shockwave that rippled through the fractured landscape. The ground shattered beneath their feet, and the swirling storm of memories dissolved into blinding light. Claudia felt herself falling, spinning through an endless void. Her body was weightless, her mind filled with a cacophony of voices and images. She closed her eyes, clinging to a single thought: hold on. Don't let go. Then, just as suddenly as it had begun, the chaos stopped. Claudia opened her eyes to find herself lying on the floor of the Academy gallery. The vortex was gone, the air calm and still. The gallery was bathed in the soft light of dawn, and for the first time in weeks, the world felt normal. Elena lay beside her, breathing heavily. She opened her eyes and smiled weakly. "We did it." Claudia sat up, her body aching but whole. "It's over?" Elena nodded. "The fractures are sealed. The timeline is stable again. The Watchers, they're gone." A wave of relief washed over Claudia, followed by a deep, bone-weary exhaustion. She leaned back against the wall, closing her eyes. But even as she rested, a lingering question gnawed at the edges of her mind. What now? Aftermath. The next few days passed in a blur. Claudia returned to her apartment, trying to piece her life back together. The world seemed blissfully unaware of how close it had come to unraveling. The black envelope stopped. The shadows no longer lingered outside her window. But something had changed, something deep inside her. She could still feel the echoes of the fracture, a subtle shift in the fabric of reality. One evening, as she sat by her window, her phone buzzed with a message. It was from an unknown number. "You've done well, but the Watchers were only the beginning. Be ready. They will come again." Claudia stared at the message, her pulse quickening. She knew better than to ignore it. The fractures might have been sealed, but the forces behind them were far from gone. A soft knock at the door pulled her from her thoughts. She opened it to find Elena standing there, a determined look on her face. "Ready for one more adventure?" Elena asked, holding up a familiar leather-bound journal. Claudia smiled faintly, her fear giving way to resolve. "Always." Together, they stepped into the night, ready to face whatever lay ahead.